Now our next guest is Ladaan. As far back as she could remember, she was drawn to the mysteries of life, the universe, the mind, the soul, and the presence of a higher intelligence behind creation. The shift that took place in her personal life over 30 years ago enabled her to pursue her interests by becoming a member of many spiritual schools and associations. The more she learned through her life, the more she experienced the truth that there is only one truth, the truth that we co-create the reality we live in. This led her to take an extensive and specialized research in the role of functioning of the chakra system within the body. Resulting from this, she has uncovered the link between the chakra system of all life and how one is influenced by energies of another. She now shares her knowledge and experience through her published paper on the chakras of fifth dimension and activating the 12 chakras oracle cards. Activating the 12 chakra system oracle cards, Ladaan earned recognition as an internationally respected teacher of metaphysics, counselor, life coach, wellness practitioner, metaphysical minister, healer and speaker, offering self-paced courses in transpersonal and metaphysics. Her website is ladaanuniversal.com. Let's now listen to her on this auspicious occasion of International Yoga Day 2021.
Hello, beloved brothers and sisters. I am Ladaan Universal. Today I wish to share with you my journey to self-discovery, to self-mastery. From a very young age, I was able to enter my inner world and to tap into this power, this source of light, this source of love that made me feel nurtured, cared for, and truly loved. I now know that at that time I was actually meditating. And meditation, as you all know, it's simply shutting off the external world and entering the internal world. At a very young age, I wanted to find out what is this energy. And when I would ask the adults around me, I would be referred to religious people who would then refer to religious books, and they would tell me that it is God. However, the image that the religious books and the religious people were portraying as God was totally different from what I was experiencing inside. As I continue to use this powerful energy to bring in the changes that I wish to have in my life, good health, good relationship, a positive environment, I recognized that I am in control of my life. I am in charge of my health. I am able to construct the world that I wish to live in. So I expanded this energy source, the power of God that I was experiencing from my inner world into my outer world. Around 35 years ago, I was introduced to yoga for the first time. And my yoga teacher taught me the deeper concept of yoga, which I would like to share with you. So now I would like you to just join me in doing a short visualization and see what comes to your mind when you think of yoga. Now visualize yourself performing yoga. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. You can open your eyes now. So now let me guess. I bet this visualization involved one of the yoga poses. maybe the sun salutation or handstand on your yoga mat, or maybe using your yoga props. Is that correct? However, did your visualization only relate to the physical movement of yoga, or did it involve the deeper concept of yoga, which is the unification of the mind, body, and the breath? I ask you to join in this visualization because often our understanding of yoga goes only as far as seeing it as a physical movement, a physical exercise. However, when we change our understanding of the deeper concept of yoga and its benefits from the higher perspective, the higher state of our mind, we change our approach to yoga and its association to our spiritual growth. The Sanskrit word for yoga comes from the word yoj, which means to yoke, to unite. When we practice yoga, there's an alchemy that takes place within our body that creates the bridge between our physical self and our spiritual self. It connects us to our entirety, to our whole beingness. This bridge is created through our in-breath, the pause, and the out-breath. A unification of the lower realm, being our body, with the higher realm, being our higher mind, our consciousness. The ultimate goal for this unification is the self-realization of our supreme self, our master self. Many early Western approaches to yoga has often been to exercise the body. Of course, exercise is a necessity for our well-being. It helps us to improve flexibility, it strengthens our body, and it balances our physicality. However, as I'm sure you all agree with me, yoga is much more than a form of exercise. When we go running, we go swimming, we go to the gym, we play tennis, or when we take part in any other form of conventional exercises, we can clearly see that the focus is simply on working out the body alone. The focus is on keeping fit. However, yoga is a moving meditation, is the gateway to enter our inner world. Just like Tai Chi and Qigong and martial arts, the focus is and should always be on exercising the body and at the same time the mind, which will help us to achieve our ultimate goal of self-realization, the supreme being that we are. If we look at Iyengar Yoga, which I am very familiar with and practice, the breath is like the glue that connects different parts of the body and allow it to merge with the higher aspect of who we are. It connects matter with spirit. The rhythm of each action combined with the in-breath followed by the pause, the silence, and then the out breath creates a different reaction within our body that allows us to withdraw from these external senses and tap into our internal senses. The same process happens when we sit in meditation. We also switch off from our external senses and switch off from our external world, and we enter the space of bliss, our internal world. Our internal world is the gateway to divine. Patanjali says that yoga is a process. It's active. It's the way we engage with the world to create harmony. But that harmony must first be created within. Yoga is how we participate and create relationship. What is this relationship? Through our yoga postures, we build this relationship with different parts of our body. We get to know how different parts of the body is talking to us, is communicating with us through the different responses that we get. But at the same time, we get to build a strong relationship with our true self, with divine, through our breath and through, again, the still points between each cycle of the breath. This relationship enables us to experience bliss and harmony within our inner world, and then we can project this out into our external world, into our environment, into others around us. Many schools of yoga teaches us different yoga principles. When we are practicing different poses of yoga, and when we allow these movements through our yoga practices become one with our breath, when we become conscious of our practice, we're actually tapping into universal principles. There are 7 particular universal principles that, for me, are very much apparent in certain yogic poses. And these principles I apply to my life on a regular basis. These principles are based upon a 5,000-year-old Vedic wisdom. So the first of the 7 principles that I wish to share with you is the law of pure potentiality. Our true nature is pure consciousness. This consciousness, this intelligence exists within everything. And as we are part of everything, we have that infiniteness within us and as us. We are limitless. The next is the law of giving and receiving. So when we get into the baby pose when we connect to the energy of Mother Earth, we become humble. We become in the present moment, and we give our thanks and gratitude for what we have. We allow the energy to flow easily and naturally. So when we give, we put out into the universe, and the universe brings that back to us tenfold. This is being in the now and appreciating what the now brings. The next principle is the law of cause and effect. This is also called the law of karma. Every action has a reaction. What we reap, what we sow, we then reap. So when we wish happiness for others, when we are pleased that others are living their life in joy, in good health, in happiness, then that feeling of contentment, that feeling of triumphant, that feeling of joy is then brought back to us. Our life is then filled in with joy. This yoga pose as a grasshopper brings in that coordination of everything has to come into alignment. So there cannot be a scale of heavy-sided on one side and light-sided on the other side. We have to be in full alignment and be conscious of our action and the consequences of our action. The next principle I want to talk to you about is the law of least effort. This is like detaching from the material world. It's about accepting and allowing what needs to come, what needs to be experienced, and letting go of the resistance. It's about trusting that all is divine. And this pose, as the tree, reminds us that this is exactly what happens with Mother Nature. We cannot force Mother Nature to speed up. Everything has to happen within its own natural rhythm. The next is the law of intention and desire. So again, whatever intention we have, this shall it be. This pose as a warrior tells us that we're setting the intention that I am strong and I can get through all challenges in my life. Because if we go back to the law of pure potentiality, I am infinite. And the next is the law of detachment. Yoga and meditation teach us that we are much more than the material world. That all materials are replaceable. That we must detach from our possessions and understand that possessions are only there to serve a purpose. So when we get into this pose as a cobra, we remember that the cobra shed its skin when it's ready for new experiences, for rebirth. And finally, it's the law of Dharma. Now, the law of Dharma brings together all of the other 6 principles, the laws of the universe. The law of Dharma is that every one of us are born with gifts, with talents, and those gifts and talents are to be shared with all. We are here to be at service to God and recognize that everyone is God. So when we get into this prayer pose, we're recognizing that we are here to serve a purpose. When we are connecting to our inner world, that powerful energy, that inner sense, we recognize that we matter. And some of these examples of the yoga poses that I shared with you are a reminder of all of these principles. So, in summary to my talk, yoga is a moving meditation to remind us that we are a supreme being, and to remember to connect with that divineness, that godness, that infiniteness within us. Enjoy your journey to self-discovery and self-mastery, beloved brothers and sisters. And thank you for being here with me. Namaste.
Da da Now let us welcome our next guest for the day. We have a learned scholar from Australia, Dr. Kam Venkat, who has a doctorate from Monash University, Melbourne, in the area of leadership and spiritual intelligence. He is also an alumnus of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and IIT Madras. He has varied knowledge in a number of different areas as he holds degrees in physics, computer science, management, and law. On the professional front, he has decades of management experience in a number of industries and has worked extensively in Australia, USA, India and ASEAN countries, handling various technical and leadership roles. Some of the premier organizations he has provided management consultancy services include Supercomputer Division of Control Data Corporation in USA, BHP and Woolworths in Australia, premier multinational investment banks in USA and Australia, as well as major defense establishments in India and in USA. Well, on the spiritual side, he has had some wonderful samaskaras right from his childbirth. As a newborn baby, he was given the Namkaran by one of the most revered sages the world has seen, Mahaswami the Paramacharya of Kanchi. He used to spend his childhood days with Swami Gyanananda at his ashram in Tapovanam. He formerly learned Yoga Vedanta at Shivananda Ashram, Rishikesh, and has learned Vedanta from a number of acharyas. Let's now listen to Dr. Kam Venkat on the auspicious occasion of International Yoga Day 2021.
Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmad Acharya Paryantam Bandhe Guru Parampara. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. My prostrations to the beloved Paramacharya of Kanchi. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. The topic given today is meditation. It's a very popular word across continents. There are a lot of misconceptions about it. It is misunderstood or rather partially understood. So today I am going to share some of my views and together let us try to analyze and investigate it. I will attempt to share my views from a Vedantic perspective. So let's analyze some of the questions which we have. Is meditation a means to arrive at the end, or is it the end itself? What are its goals? What is the definition of meditation? Can meditation alone, using meditation alone, can you reach the ultimate destination, the ultimate goal in spirituality? Can you reach that? Is meditation a unique experience? To arrive at the truth, what is the process? Can you give some tips? Is meditation easy or is it difficult? These are some of the questions which together we can analyze and take it forward. So let's start with the assumption that meditation is a means to arrive at the goal. It's a method, it's a technique, it's a methodology. It's a means to arrive at the goal. Let's make that assumption. So what are the goals? Why do people meditate? For example, I want to be tension free. I want to be stress free. I want to calm my mind. I want to compose my mind. Mind management, mind control, all this. You can club all this into, say, mental health. I want good mental health, just like physical health. I want mental health also. Therefore, I want to do meditation. Could be one of the objective. I want to purify my mind. In Sanskrit, we use the word antakarana shuddhi, chitta shuddhi. I want to do that. I want to do meditation as part of antakarana shuddhi. Okay? Or you may be some kind of a researcher. You want to know a particular object, the information about the object, the characteristics of the object, the swarupa of the object. You want to know more and more. So you want to meditate on the object of meditation to get more information. You can contemplate. But if you look at all this, these are all intermediary goals. And you could have an ultimate goal in spirituality to realize the truth. So these all could be the goals which could be there for meditation. I'll predominantly focus on arriving at the ultimate goal. Okay, let's look into the definition now. What is meditation? It is an action, right? It's a mental action. Just we do physical action, running, jogging, walking, physical action. We can do verbal action, speaking, singing, chit-chatting, or mental action, thinking. It definitely, meditation comes under the classification of mental action. In Sanskrit, we call it manasam karma. Dhyana is manasam karma. Then you can ask from a spirituality point of view, which is there any specific action? Yeah, you could meditate in a variety of ways. I could watch my breath to get a hold of my mind, do pranayama, breath control. It's a very powerful technique. Pranayama is the link between the body and the mind, so there is no tool to access the mind. The method or the tool which you have is the prana. So you get hold of the prana, the breath, control it, you get a control of your mind. Very, very powerful. Probably it's the only powerful method that you have. Different types of pranayamas are there. You can have the Nadi Shuddhi, you can do Kapalabhati, you can do Bastrika, you can do Ujjayi, Shitali, different types of pranayama. Or if you want to say it is the normal natural breathing, fast breathing, slow breathing, rapid breathing, abdominal breathing, thoracic breathing, alternate nostril breathing. You can do a variety of breathing. All you can look at it as pranayama. So this could also be meditation. As part of meditation, you could do that as a technique. But from meditation point of view, you may be visualizing something, an object. It could be a serene object, or it could be some light or something like that, or you're visualizing, intentionally visualizing. Yeah, that's fine. But you could be visualizing, for example, a serene, calm, tranquil water body, the soothing rising sun, early morning sun, right? You could do all that. Or you could take a mantra. Mantra is mananayaha trayate iti mantraha. Take a mantra and do the chanting mentally. That could also come under meditation. But if you want to know the classical definition of Dhyanam from a Vedantic perspective, here the object of meditation is Ishvara. Saguna Brahma Ishvara. Saguna Brahman, Brahman with gunas, Brahman with qualities. That Vishaya, that the Saguna Brahma Vishaya, Manasa Vyapara is Dhyanam. The mental transaction which you do as the object of meditation being Brahman with qualities. But the question is, will Dhyanam alone lead me to the ultimate goal? You sit on meditation, you get disturbances. Why should you get disturbance? Yeah, you can do pranayama, get a hold of it, but still it gets disturbed. Because we have not looked at it holistically. There must be a holistic development, right? Then only dhyana will have the ultimate effect. Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 steps which is involved, it's a holistic package. Yama Niyama, Asana Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. 8 steps. The 7th step is Dhyanam, meditation. But what do common yoga teachers teach? They teach asanas. Yeah, very good for physical health. Make no mistake about it. Very, very useful. They teach asanas, they teach pranayama, and they teach some meditation and then leave you in the lurch. Will it work? Yeah, it will give you some limited benefits. I'm not even questioning the physical and the mental benefits which you accrue. I'm talking something beyond it. If you want to go beyond it, will it help? Very, very limited. You can do all your asanas, twist your body, stand upside down, all that is fine. It will make you fit. It will take you that far and not much beyond that. Somehow or the other, when you sit on meditation, you will get a disturbance. Somebody will be disturbing you. Your problems you will start imagining that, oh, what will happen? So basically, one has to develop certain core values as part of this holistic development. In Vedanta also, we have such thing. In the Vaidika Dharma, we have such practices also. For example, Sandhya Vandanam. Sandhya Vandanam is a complete package. Really, it's a complete package. There is physical action, there is verbal action, there is mental action, Kayikam, Vachikam, Manasam. Purification through chanting of mantras. You can purify your body by having a bath, but purifying through mantras. Apo hishta maya bhuvasthan naur jhedadat maherana yachakshase. All this is there. Marjanam, it's called. Then you got Agamarshna. Then there is, as part of Sandhya Vandanam, there is, you can chant mantras for sins that you have committed, intentionally or unintentionally, either physically or verbally or mentally. Purification mantra. See, the Chitta Shuddhi happens there. Then there is Argyam, an offering, showing your gratitude. You have pranayama there to hold your mind through the breath. Apart from pranayama, then you have got the mantra, the Gayatri mantra, which itself has got multiple phases. There is a praising of the Lord, the Devata. Om Bhur Suvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam. It's a praising of the Lord. Then there is meditation, dhyana. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. Then there is a prayer. Diyo yo naf prachotayat. Prayer. May you illumine our intellect, not my intellect. See the level of packaging it has been done. It's a wonderful complete package. Similarly, in dhyana as part of yoga, you need to develop certain values. You have to develop it before coming to dhyana. Just like when you're constructing a building, you have the infrastructure, you better lay the foundation properly. Probably the difference between a construction, the foundation there, and the foundation as developing a personality is, here it is not a one-time job. The foundation you have to, that activity you have to repeat it all throughout your life. The values are very important. Even when you look at management or leadership, it is the values which are critical for a leader. Why do I say that? See, even as a human pursuit, what happens? We all have beliefs, right? Beliefs, they are nothing but thoughts. We all get beliefs based on how we have brought up, where we have brought up, the context, the books we read, the people we move with. We develop beliefs, and these beliefs are nothing but thoughts. At this stage it is innocuous, harmless. But the thoughts, they become your words. The words drive your action. The action, if you keep repeating, it becomes a habit. The habit becomes your values because you give importance to it. And my dear friends, it is the values which determine your destiny. So it all started from your beliefs. So you better know what you are believing in and choose your values appropriately. So if you are leading a team, you should have proper values. If you are a leader of an organization or a corporation, you need to have the appropriate values to take the organization in the right direction. And if you are the leader of a country, oh my God, you better have some universal values. As part of yoga, the values what is being put up is yama niyama. Yama and niyama. Yama, you have got certain self-restraint, if you want to call it that way. There are something like ahimsa, non-violence, satya, truthfulness, asteya, brahmacharya, aparigraha, not stealing, not trying to possess other people's. Asteya is non-stealing, aparigraha is not trying to possess someone else. Very important. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. See, all this is not something specific to Hindu culture, Indian culture. No. Non-violence is a universal value. That's why it is Sanatana Dharma. Why is it a universal value? I don't want to get hurt. You don't want to get hurt. She doesn't want to get hurt. He doesn't want to get hurt. Even animals do not want to get hurt. No living beings want to get hurt. Even a cockroach does not want to get hurt. Since I don't want to get hurt, not hurting becomes a universal value. That's how you have to read it. It's not that I can hurt and others should not hurt me. No, no, no. Not hurting is a universal value. What are the benefits of not hurting? So what happens? Simple things. See, who normally disturb you in your meditation? Your worst enemy, you are the guys who have been giving you problems or whom you are imagining as enemies. These are the people, right? Ahimsa, when you develop the non-violence in action, verbally and mentally, a person who is established in ahimsa, his enmity gets reduced. External enemies, internal enemies, both get reduced, diminished. So who is going to come and disturb you in sleep, in your meditation? Very important. Satya, truthfulness. See, all these things, nobody can teach you this and then say, oh, take it up. Very difficult to preach. And if you don't have it, you are not going to hit the ultimate. Very, very difficult to preach and get it. You can see some Mahatma practicing it and then see, oh my God, so much value he can get. So much value is there. And then you pick it up. It's not I teach you something or somebody teaches you something, you pick it up. You should know. Somehow you should know. I was having a chat with a Mahatma in Rishikesh, a very senior Mahatma. And I asked him about Satya. And he said something very revealing for me at that point of time. I didn't know this dimension of Satya, the truthfulness. What he said is, a person who is established in Satya, okay, listen carefully, a person who is established in Satya, meaning the truthfulness, who is truthful in his action, who is truthful while speaking, who is truthful in his thoughts, a person, a man, a woman who is established in truth. What he says becomes the truth. Wow, I didn't know that. Very powerful. That's why when you go and see some great Mahatma with all your problems, I have this problem, it's a serious problem, I don't know how to get over it and all that. And this Mahatma like Kanchi Paramacharya, if he blesses you, everything will be all right. Everything will be all right because the person is established in the truth. So what he says comes out as a truth. It happens, it manifests. Niyama like Shaucha, cleanliness, not physical cleanliness, mental cleanliness, Santosha, contentment. See, when you sit for meditation, what kind of thoughts do you normally get? What would disturb you? One I said is enmity and all that, right? Normally it is your desire, I want to do that, I want that to happen, I would like this to happen. All your ragas, what you call it as desires, you want it to get fulfilled. What you like things to happen, I want this person, I want this thing, I want this situation, raga. I don't want this, I don't like this person, I want to avoid this person, I want to avoid this situation, I want to avoid this result, dvesha. This is what comes up in when you sit calmly and try to meditate, raga and dvesha. Now look at this, contentment, santosha. You are content with what you have. Wonderful. It's a very, very powerful value to have. Content with what I have. It also means acceptance of others. Who are the people who are disturbing you, with whom you are having problems? How many people are disturbing you into your entire life? If you just really count so far, how many people have disturbed you? How many will you say? 2, 3, 4, okay, 5. 5 people have disturbed you. My mother-in-law, my daughter-in-law, my son, my father, husband, wife, my boss, that guy, this guy, whatever. 4, 5 people. These are the only people who you seem to have got affected by. So the rest of the world, 8 billion people minus these 5 people means nothing to you. Only these 5 people are affecting. Santosha, acceptance of others as they are, how they are, as to who they are, what they are, accepting them, santosha. You don't even give an opportunity for them to disturb you. But you have to develop this right from the beginning. It is not like since I use the word foundation, it doesn't mean it's I did it 10 years back. No. You have to do it daily until end of your life. Similarly, swadhyaya, tapas is there, swadhyaya. Swadhyaya means studying the scriptures daily. It's a value. Why should I read the scriptures? Okay, you sit on meditation. What is meditation? Meditation is contemplation, right? Meditation means you are contemplating on something. Basically, you are thinking. Now, what do you think on? How do you think? Has anybody taught you how to think? Has anybody taught you how to think? What do you mean by that? See, right from school days, you have been given information, you have been given thoughts. Your teacher has given you some thoughts. Your education system has given you some thoughts. The books has given you some thoughts. Newspaper, magazine, all the other websites gives you thoughts. Your parents give you thoughts. Your friends give you some ideas and thoughts. Basically thoughts. College education, again thoughts. All thoughts. If you go to a religious guy, that guy gives you some thoughts. More thoughts. Oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. If you do this, that will happen. This will do this. Thoughts. Has anybody taught you how to think? Dear friends, there is a world of difference between thoughts and thinking. Huge difference. It's like the difference between car and driving. You may have the best car. But if you do not know driving, what's the use? If you are a good driver, you should have the best car, you should know driving, take the car at top speed on a freeway, bumper to bumper drive without meeting an accident. That, my friend, is driving, right? But in life, in the highway of life, there are so many thoughts which are coming. Do you know how to maneuver, to steer yourself? Do you know how to think? Just as I asked a question, do you know how to drive? Do you know how to think? Very important. That's why you need Swadhyaya. The Vedas teach you how to think also. You don't think in your own personal way to arrive at the truth. You think as to how Veda teach you to think. It shows a particular way. Think in the way Veda is showing you that this thing. That's why you need self-realized people who have gone through the Shastras, who have gone through this tradition, and then they explain to you, oh, this is how you have to see that. Then you think in that, yeah, now I get it. Swadhyaya. So otherwise you sit on meditation, how will you contemplate? What will you contemplate? And you want to contemplate on Bhagavan, Ishvara Pranidhana, contemplating on the Lord. This you should have started very early in your life. And you should continue this. Very, very important as part of having values. Now let's look at the next question we had. Is meditation a unique spiritual experience I should get? Because I have attended a lot of classes, and I found that many of them, after the class or the session gets over or the course gets over, hey, how did you feel? How was your experience? Can you please tell me? I went through one such interesting session. So one person said it was very nice. I saw some white light, very nice, very pleasant, pure snow white. Another person said very light blue light. There was a third guy who didn't know what to say, and he has paid $100 for this course. And everybody is having some experience, so he can't say that he didn't have anything. He will be made to look like a fool. So he starts imagining and he says, oh, I had some tingling sensation, something, some vibration. In normal objective world, my dear friends, experience is useful, very useful. Like for example, if you touch fire, your finger will get burnt, right? Touch it with your finger, it will get burnt. It's experience. Next time you won't go and touch. Very useful. Experience is useful. But in the spiritual field of meditation, to understand and recognize the truth, it is useless. Why do you say that? Read the Shastra. Otherwise, if you are looking for an experience, there are enough people, because everybody looks for some experience. I want to go to Holland, I want to go to Switzerland, I want to go to England. Similarly, you are looking for some experience in the spiritual field, there will be people who will take you on an experience trip. Experience in this area is dumb. Why do I say that? Agama painaha anityaha. Matra sparshastu kaunteya sitoshna samadukkataha. Agama payino nityaha tam titikshasva bharata. Agama apayinaha anityaha. Agama, that which comes, that which appears. Apayinaha, that which goes, that which disappears. Anityaha, impermanent. That which comes and goes is impermanent, it is not real. Suppose you want to have some pleasant feeling, that pleasant feeling comes and it goes, it doesn't stay. And even if some unpleasant experience come to you, that also does not stay, it goes away. Experience comes, experience goes. And here you are looking for some unique spiritual experience. Give me a break. See it as to how the Shastras are seeing it. Then only this contemplation you will do it correctly. Or if you take the Gita text, Aham Atma Gudakeshaha, Aham Atma Gudakeshaha, Sarva Bhutanascha Yastitaha, Aham Adi Cha Madhyam Cha, Bhutanam Antameva Cha. Aham Atma, I am the indweller in all the beings. Basically what it means is everywhere, whatever you see is Anatma. I am the only Atma, hold on to me. Every text, every chapter almost talks like this. Kshetra Kshetra Vibhaga Yogam. Kshetra, the body, Kshetrajna, the indweller, the Atma. Again, Atma, Anatma, Vivekam, the discriminating capability between the change and the changeless. You should develop. Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, if you take, Prakriti, Purusha, big topics. Prakriti and Purusha. The equivalent, if you want to say in Vedantic, is Brahman and Maya, or Atma and Avidya. So again, this Prakriti Purusha discrimination, the differences is like Atma Anatma discrimination. Atma Anatma Vastu Vivekam. You have to develop this. Very important. If you are a Atma Jnani, right? Suppose you are a Jnani. For you, this is not a problem, because for you there is nothing called an Atma. Everything is Atma only. But for lesser mortals like you and me, we have a problem. We see only Anatma, we see only change. In fact, our question is, where is this Atma, the changeless? I can't see changeless. I don't perceive the changeless, I perceive only change. So that is the question, right? So you have to be careful. So if you are looking for some tips, you have to be alert. Read the Shastra, get those values, Swadhyaya. Have the discriminating capability between Nitya and Anitya. What is real and unreal. Then you prepare a whole list of Anitya. Try to discard it. Show some dispassion, because it is going to go away anyway. Either you will go or the Anitya Vastu will go. Either way, the relationship will come to an end between you and that object of that Anitya, whatever it is. Have the dispassion. First prepare the list of Anitya. In fact, the whole list will be Anitya Vastu only. But what you can do is, among the Anitya list, whatever laundry list you have created, so among the list, choose few of them, and those few of them which when you use or use it as a tool, you can arrive at the ultimate truth. Prepare that short list. You need that also. Also prepare a short list of Anatma Vastus, which when you choose or when you interact with, you will actually get sucked deeper into impermanence, like a black hole. You will simply get sucked in. So you should know, among this whole big laundry list of Anatma Vastus, which are the few of them which will be really useful and which you need to discard. You have to discard all of them at the end, but few of them you can use it as a technique. There are. Now, how do you prepare this list of, first how do you prepare this list of, laundry list of big Anatma Vastus? Adi Shankara, he knows that people like you and me have a problem. He prepares a list, prepares a huge list. He has come out with a text, a wonderful text called Anatma Shri Vigarhanam. There he gives that list. The richness which one can acquire, the status, fame, reputation, your knowledge, your great learnings, you're a PhD, FRCS, ABCD, XYZ. Kings and great men are looking for your special skills. You have some good physique, beautiful personality. excellent health, you have traveled in to multiple countries, Bahudesha, you have some wonderful sons, you have experienced beautiful women. He says all that. And he finally says, all these are in vain. What is the use if you have not realized yourself? Tatakkim, tatakkim, tatakkim. He says that. Kanchi Paramacharya, he has given some explanation for the word Shri. Shri normally means auspiciousness, Lakshmi, wealth, all this. So that's why in Indian culture, when a baby child is born, you always prefix the name with a Shri. Sri Lakshmi, Sri Janani, Sri Divya, Sri Vidya, all like that. It's good, very good. But Paramacharya says Shri also has got a different meaning. The Shri means poison. Yeah. Shri Kanta, Kanta, neck. Shri, poison. Shiva having poison in his neck. Shri, in poison. So what he says is, you should, through dispassion, through vairagya, reduce all the anatma to the level, the Shri, to poison, to the level of poison. The value you give is that to a poison. Reject it. Please be indifferent to it. So such is the development of vairagya will give you, the dispassion towards this anatma. So viveka is required for, first you have to discriminate, then only you can get a dispassion. If you do not know what is real and what is unreal, where is the question of having a dispassion towards unreal? So if you want some practical tips, when you are getting disturbed in the mind, you need to have certain distance. For example, you are in the middle of a traffic and you are in 7:30 in the morning, you are rushing to work to give a presentation, and the traffic is going in snail pace. You get stressed out. Oh my God, you get irritated. But suppose you are looking from a hilltop and then watching the traffic going down. Oh wow, so nice, so sweet. Oh, all neatly arranged and going, wow. Doesn't affect you because you have kept the distance. One Mahatma in Uttarkashi, he told me this. He said, you should know how not to mind your mind. You should know how not to mind your mind. See, the mind is a powerful instrument. Very useful instrument. You better know how to use it, as I said. You should train the mind. You use it whenever you have something to accomplish. If you do not know, rest it. And if it is not getting rested, give it some work which it will hang on to, like a mantra japa. That's how you do it. There was one visitor to Ramanashram. He asked a question to Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi. His name was Rangaswamy. He asked Bhagavan how to control the outgoing mind. It keeps going out. I don't know how to bring it back. How do you bring it back? How do you control it? Ramana did not immediately give an answer to the questioner. He normally waits for the appropriate opportunity so that the answer really hits him. It should sink in. In those days, there were a lot of animals in the Ramanashram in Tiruvannamalai. There was the cow, Lakshmi the cow, Nundi the monkey, Jackie the dog. There were peacocks, there were some squirrels, all of them were having a ball. One day, a squirrel, it gave birth to some baby squirrels. And it hid it in one corner, the little ones in one corner, and went out for food to get some nuts or something. A big fat cat happened to see this fellow coming, jumped on the squirrel, gobbled it up, ate it. The little ones were stranded. Now Bhagavan took these little squirrels and he wanted to feed them. Now those little ones, they were like little tiny worms. You don't know, you do not even know which side is the head, which side is the tail. It was that little. So Bhagavan, he got cotton and then he made a little thread out of it, dipped it in milk and showed it somewhere near, and some mouth opened. They sucked the milk, and this days went by. He was feeding and it was drinking, it was feeding, drinking. They all put on weight, they all grew in strength. And these little fellows, now they started moving around. Bhagavan put them in a basket. And fellows were moving around inside. One day, one of those squirrels, he somehow learned how to jump out of that basket. He jumped out. Bhagavan, he went, picked it up. He already has arthritis. He went and picked it up and put it back. Then after a few days, again he jumped. So this went on for some time. Every time it jumps out, he goes and puts it back. Now the second fellow watching the first fellow, he also now learned the technique and he also started jumping out. So one fellow jumped out, second fellow jumped out, one used to put it back, the other fellow jumps out, put it back. This kept happening. Every time one fellow jumps, he will go and put it back. Now Rangasamy was watching this. He said, Bhagavan, what are you doing this? Why don't you leave it like that? Now Bhagavan answered. He said, listen, these little ones do not remember or do not know that they had a mother which went outside and got killed by a cat. These little ones do not know that there is danger outside, and if they go, they may also get killed. It does not know. They do not know that it is much safer to be here. If it knows that it is safer to be here and it is dangerous to be outside, it will naturally be here. It will not even go out. But until the time it realizes that I have to do this, going and putting it back. This was the answer Bhagavan gave to Rangaswamy for that original question, what to do for the outgoing mind. You have to go and put it back. The thought again and something will go out, you put it back. It will again, the mind will go out, put it back. Keep on doing it. This is called abhyasa, practice. Keep doing it until the mind understands that its real peace is Atma inside. Until that time, you have to keep doing it. Now, so far, we have seen some of them, some of the tips. Now, through abhyasa, through the development of viveka and vairagya, as you continue this, you really start understanding the meaning of meditation itself. As you contemplate, as you continue, as you meditate on that object of meditation, somewhere, sometime, with the help of the Veda Shastras and through the guidance of Jnanis, a transformational shift happens. What you are meditating on, that object, that shift, you start questioning who is the meditator, who is meditating on the object. That question comes and you start investigating on the meditator. The hunter has become the hunted. With the help of Vedas, I am Atma Brahma. You realize that the contemplation on Bhagavan gets reduced to contemplation on yourself. You come back to yourself. You arrive at yourself. So the original, we started off with meditation as a means, now it becomes the end. It is like silence, you end, you become silent. Silence is the end, become silent. Maunam. Then it becomes like a speech on silence. Any word that you use will be in the realm of sound. It will give a meaning opposite to silence. Silence is easy, right? Very easy. Is it difficult? No, very easy. Producing sound requires effort. To speak, it requires effort. To sing requires more effort. To sing with a particular raga, much more effort. With a particular tune, it requires much more effort. To be silent, what do you require? What do you need to do? If you have a competition in singing, okay, there will be a grading. This person sang in an ordinary way. This person was good. This was a bit rough. This was melodious. This was soothing. This was phenomenal. You can have a gradation. But in silence, you are a rich man, poor man, man, woman, no difference. The same. Sound you can amplify. Silence can you amplify? Can you improve upon? No. For agitation, you require effort. For meditation, effortless. You get it here and now. Here and now. Meditation is an effortless activity. So simple. Always in meditation. You realize that you are the meditation. So if we have to recap, we address the question of whether meditation is a means or the end. You know the answer. Just dhyana alone is not enough. We also discussed the critical importance of values which one should have. Necessarily one should have. And what are the tips to arrive at the ultimate reality? How do you, the viveka, vairagya, abhyasa? And finally, the question, is it easy or is it difficult? You answer that question. You know where you stand. Chidhananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham. Hari Om. Thank you, friends.
सपना जानो दुख निवारो ना ऐसो सपनो हमने न जानो दुख निवारो ना नितुर भई नाग क्यों जगदम्बा नितुर भई नाग क्यों जगदम्बा आँख उभारो ना भवानी बेग पधारो ना तेरो चाकर करे पुकार भवानी बेग पधारो ना भवसागर में बाहु डूब तो हाथ पसारो ना भवसागर में बाहु डूब तो हाथ पसारो ना सकल काल देहि चूड़ी अंबिका सकल दान देहि चूड़ी अंबिका बेग सहारो ना भवानी बेग पधारो ना सकल काल देहि छोड़ी अंबिका और सहारो ना भवानी बेग पधारो ना तेरो चाकर करे पुकार भवानी बेग पधारो ना तेरो चाकर करे पुकार भवानी बेग पधारो ना भवानी बेग पधारो ना भवानी बेग पधारो ना
With a wide range of experiences as a medical doctor, trainer and counselor, Dr. Arjun Thimmaiah loves practicing integrating holistic and functional medicine. After completing medical school at Veda Medical College, Bengaluru, India, Dr. Arjun travelled throughout India for years to study ancient and modern traditions of healing. He studied yoga and indigenous medical practices with many masters. He has dedicated himself to developing effective practical methods for enhancing body, spirit and mind. Dr. Arjun focuses on nutritional corrections, mental stress reduction, meditation and physical exercises for overall well-being of his clients. He is a performance strategist and worked as a consultant for sports persons and sports teams. A strategic intervention at the mind level beyond motivation is what Dr. Arjun as a performance strategist has to offer. Dr. Arjun is fluent in 9 languages and hence can communicate over a vast audience space. By working together with the patient and their family, he is able to transform habits by carefully guiding them towards a better and healthy life. Let's now listen to Dr. Arjun Thimmaiah on this beautiful occasion of International Yoga Day 2021.
Namaste. This is Dr. Arjun with Transform Habits. I have had the privilege of learning yoga since 8 years of age, and since last about a decade I traveled throughout the country understanding the intricacies of different forms of yoga and the allied sciences associated with it. Incorporating these techniques of the traditional yoga, modern medicine and psychology, I approach patients with integrated, holistic and functional medicine. At the very outset, I would like to thank the Pyramid Meditation channel, Patriji and Pradeepji, for giving me this opportunity to share the understandings of yoga. Yoga has numerous definitions, but the term yoga means union. Yujyate iti yoga, yoga chitta vritti nirodha. These are the 2 popular definitions of yoga. Yujyate, when the yuj happens inside, when the yuj or the union happens inside, it's called as yoga. But when this yuj happens outside, it is yuddha. From the same root word, the union internally results in self-realization and the external yuj results in self-annihilation. So yoga is more of an internal process, and this understanding is not just mentally, but it is a everyday journey. Even after understanding the concepts of yoga, reading them, practicing this is something which every one of us unconsciously is doing as we approach towards the ultimate yoga, when our internal system merges with the environment in the moment of so-called death. The second definition is yoga chitta vritti nirodha, and what it means is yoga is the process where the turbulations or torsions, distortions of the chitta is inhibited, and this is the most important journey which all of us have to take with our interaction with the world. Whenever we interact with the external world, we have distortions. Somebody tells us something and we react, and as a response to our reaction, they react. There is an escalation, a rotation of this struggle, distortion over and over again until it magnifies as a conflict. This can happen with our friends, relatives, family members, children, business partners. Ultimately, the need for yoga is to stop these distortions, stop these ripples which cause more pain, more suffering as we interact with the world, with ourselves. In the study of yoga, there are numerous branches which have emerged. Quite popular ones are those of mantra, tantra and yantra. Mantra is very popularly known as those sounds or phrases which are repeated over and over again and the mind engages in it. Tantra or tanat trayate iti tantraha. There are numerous things referred to as tana, body or anything that emerges from this physical frame. It could be children, offsprings, it could be clones. And tanat trayate, that which liberates us, that which frees us from this body is tantra. And finally yantra. Yantra is the machine, the system which the body or the tanu is made of. So ultimately, when it comes to yoga, understanding all these three components become extremely important. The science of mantra has already been discussed by many people, and today I would like to give a brief introduction into the science of tantra in yoga. In the Ashtanga yoga, asana, pranayama, pratyahara and dharana, these are the four components which utilize tantra. Asana means position, but there is something much more deeper and intricate here. Most of the asanas are named after an object or an animal, or of course birds and many of these life forms. It could be plants, it could be birds. What is interesting here is, in order to arrive at the human consciousness or the ability to understand the complexity of life, being a human, all these stages of being a plant, animal or an object has to be passed through. And when a sadhaka puts himself in this asana and acquires something called as asana siddhi, that phase of consciousness evolution is maximized. Most yogis try to achieve asana siddhi in at least one asana. As a yogi, it is recommended we must be able to sit still for 3 to 8 hours in one posture to acquire asana siddhi. Putting ourselves in that posture is a technique or tantra which must be utilized in the Ashtanga yoga. We put our body in that posture to maximize the effect which is received by that phase of consciousness. Imagine as we go into pranayama or pratyahara dharana, there are numerous components which has to be understood, but it comes back to asana. It's like a circuit which is established, and the being who has that circuit maximizes the impact of that circuit in his or her physical body. The next technique is pranayama. Prana means the vital life force. We breathe air, but our cells breathe something much more subtler. It's called prana. Of course, the oxygen or carbon dioxide form the components of air, but there is life force behind all this. We want that life force to exist, and pranayama, the science of pranayama, is utilizing that life force in a fixed asana can help us maximize the experience that we all seek of understanding ourselves as being one with the highest self. And this is one more tantra which is used in yoga. And the third tantra popularly used in Ashtanga yoga is pratyahara. We all look toward outside. Our sensory organs are engaged with the outer world. But in pratyahara, the eyes see inward. The skin feels inward. And we get to see the internal cosmos, the internal universe with which we are operating. And in that stage of pratyahara, we can see how we are connected with every organism in the different stages of evolution. It's a very, very important tantra technique which has been utilized in the yoga. and dharana. Dharana is a very, very beautiful technique where we overlay the body parts with different bijas or sounds or mantras, and we focus on that mantra with a experience of separation. Most of us hear the word nyasa or sannyasa. Sa-nyasa means with nyasa. Nyasa is a process of placing the bija mantras or namas in different parts of our body. Dharana is something similar to this. Nyasas have the technique where you focus a sound on a part of your body, and that part of the body becomes that sound. And when we maximize, our whole body is utilized as a machine with different sounds and phrases placed in different parts of the body. And that stage is called as sannyasa. Unlike a lot of people think sannyasa is leaving everything. When we internalize this process where the bija mantras or the sounds are placed appropriately as nyasas, we reach the stage of sannyasa. And these techniques are still alive. These techniques are being taught in different schools of yoga and tantra. And for those of you who are real seekers, please ask out there, ask the highest divine to guide you to your nyasa, because all the life forms, there are more than 84 lakh nyasas, and the outcomes of these nyasas are 33,000 crore completely evolved beings called as gods. And most of us are still trying to establish our position. The game is already began and already over. We as humans are trying to re-look at the whole process from a newer angle, with or without awareness. With the understanding of Ashtanga Yoga using Tantra, we can now step a little deeper into Tantra as such. Tantra, or the technique, has a basis of something called as Ashtakarmas. When we say we have karmas that we are suffering from, a lot of people say, I suffer from karma, purva karma. So these karmas are not really popular because it's taught only in certain schools. So these ashtakarmas are responsible for our engagement with the external world. And these ashtakarmas, knowingly or unknowingly, is happening constantly. Every moment humans are engaging in it. But as we learn Tantra, or as we learn the components of this Ashtakarma, we can engage in this actively. So the Ashtakarmas are Vedana, Vidveshana, Uchchadana, Akarshana, Vashikarana, Mohana, Stambhana and Marana. Vedana means to separate. When we have to engage in something completely, when we have to immerse ourselves into something completely, we have to cut ourselves out from numerous things. And this process of separating actively is called as Vedana. When I want to eat, when you want to eat, you cannot keep dancing and eating. You could do that. We have a lot of people who learn the art of proud multitasking and say, I can do multiple things in the same time. But in order to achieve the highest state of experience in one act, total immersion is essential. Somebody enters into a spiritual path and almost instantly they start having not so good relationships with their intimate family members. What happens here? When a person engages in the internal process, unconscious Vedana begins to happen with the family members. And the signs of Vedana help us to isolate and identify the components which need to be cut so that we can focus on one act totally and completely. The second of Ashtakarmas is Vidveshana. Vidveshana is isolation with awareness. This is not completely cutting or separating like Vedana, but you have a certain sense of continuum with it in those necessary paths. Say, for example, in the modern day world, we see when a child and a parent have differences in their ideologies, they choose to separate. The child begins to think, I am not connected to my parents. They think I have done something like Vedana, completely cutting out. But what they are not aware is this is a process of Vidveshana within the child. As the child's DNA, the mother and father are still there. So Vidveshana is something similar to this. We sometimes cannot separate completely. Let's say in case of people with children who have chosen to separate, who have chosen to divorce, but they are connected to each other through the child. The longer they need to realize that the separation is just an act, but they are still connected. They have this process of Vidveshana happening. They need to identify these things and rectify. So Tantra helps us to help another person in understanding this subtle process of eternal connections which happen between two different components, two different entities in universe. The third one is Uchchadana. Uchchadana is a process to chase or repel. Imagine you have a magnet with a north pole on one side and you bring another north pole of a magnet. As you bring them closer, you feel the forces of repulsion. Repulsion is more of a material forces in action. Many people think not liking someone, chasing someone away, or being chased away by someone is a mental negative energy process. No. Uchchadana is more of a physical process where the cells of the body which has accumulated certain kind of charges unconsciously pushes certain people out. In a relationship, as people know each other, they start to become like the other person they're in relationship with. What was beautiful begins to appear repulsive. The process of Uchchadana gets established in the body and cells, and we repel those people we love. In Tantra, we have processes, techniques. These are mental exercises along with understandings of bijas, chakras and nadis, where we can realign ourselves so that we can accommodate our loved ones in, with, for us. After Uchchadana, it is Akarshana, the forces of attraction. Again, like with the magnet, when the north pole of the magnet faces the south pole of another magnet, there is this strong force of attraction which pulls it. We attract people toward us or repel people away from us with this nature of energy that gets built in us consciously or unconsciously. Those people who practice yoga, meditation, who channelize love, unconsciously become a process where all the process of Uchchadana and Akarshana balances itself and people feel really good around them. The next Ashtakarma is Vashinam or Vashikaranam. Uchchadana is done, Akarshana is done, you repel or attract appropriately, but sometimes we need to keep the entity of our interest at a certain distance. Let's say, for example, all of us like the use of social media, but how much should we be engaged by social media, or how much should we engage with social media is all about Vashiyam. Today, the social media has completely taken over the whole system, which makes it almost impossible for people to get out. Understanding this Vashinam or Vashikaranam helps us to position ourselves appropriately and utilize the technology, the sciences to the best of our advantage. Same thing happens with our profession, with money, with relationship. If we know what is the distance that we have to keep that entity, we can have a beautiful life. We create a life where we can have our spiritual progress within us. Equally, we can balance the social duties that has to be discharged for the world. A perfect balance can be achieved using or understanding this Vashikarna. Now comes the next Ashtakarma, Mohanam. You have that entity in your grasp, but that has to be happy. We must have the ability to keep everybody around us. It could be our parents, it could be our spouses, friends, children, people who pay us. Most of us are coaches or trainers. We have to keep all our clients happy. And Mohanam is the science of Tantra where we can keep everybody around us appropriately happy with that respect. When the Mohanam increases way too much, there is always a beautiful balance. Uchchadana process is reduced and the Mohanam process is enhanced. Clients tend to fall on the therapist, and this leads to a lot of therapists suffering. They don't know how to get away from the clients who are not allowing a personal space for a lot of therapists. Understanding the Tantra of Mohanam helps us to balance this. The next of the Ashtakarmas is Thambanam, stopping the entity at a certain distance so that it does not hit us. Imagine you're crossing a road and the car is speeding. You have controlled, you have called the car, you have Vashinam, you have pulled the car, you have enticed the car with Mohanam. But if you don't know the Tantra of Stambanam, stopping that car which is coming towards you, you might get injured by that flood of car, water, or whatever that you have attracted into your sphere. The science of Tantra in Stambana helps us to balance this appropriately. And finally, Maranam. All of us live in this physical frame, acquire knowledge, make relationships, but when the death happens, we drop everything. However, in Tantra, in the science of Maranam, you can choose to just shed the body but transfer the knowledge to the students or whoever is around you so that they can take the process, they can carry the legacy that you have built onto eternity. Lots of leaders who have contributed for humanity have consciously or unconsciously mastered the art of Maranam. They know how to kill themselves but keep that part of themselves alive in the heart and minds of people. And understanding this is one of the most important, lesser known aspects in the modern world. Dear friends, I would like to wind this session up, but if you have any queries, please feel free to connect with me at transformhabits.in. When all of us learn the art of balancing our lives, transforming our inner selves, using every modality that is out there, we can be truly happy, we can be more successful, and more importantly, we can keep people around us happier. Thank you so much. This is Dr. Arjun.
May the love we're sharing spread its wings, fly across the earth and bring new joy to every soul that is alive. Samasta loka sukhino bhavantu. May all the beings in all the worlds be happy. May the love we're sharing spread its wings, fly across the earth and bring you joy to every soul that is alive. Samasta loka sukhino bhavantu. May all the beings in all the worlds be happy. Happy International Yoga Day!
Well, our next guest is Ilona Selke. She is an international best-selling author, seminar leader and speaker in the field of human potential movement since 1991. She's a modern-day mystic. At age 20, she moved to United States to study philosophy and comparative religions. Shortly thereafter, she met her now husband, then her meditation teacher, author and musician Don Paris, who received his honorary PhD in human sciences for the work they have been doing since 1986 in the field of radionics. For now 35 years together with many international living from vision teachers, she has inspired many thousands of people worldwide to shape their reality with the power of their spiritual mind. During the past 35 years, she wrote 6 books which were published in German, English, French, Spanish, Chinese, Polish, Russian, Czechoslovakian, Hindi and Telugu, played flute on many CDs and trained LFB teachers worldwide. She has appeared on television and radio in the United States of America and was a favorite speaker at Prophets Conference. She has her own TV show called Quantum Living with many fascinating interviews. For more than 35 years, she has taught seminars and LFB teacher trainings worldwide in English, French and German, including in Bali, North America, Australia, India, England, France, Canada, Mexico, Singapore, Hong Kong, Japan, Germany and Switzerland. Let's now listen to her on this auspicious occasion of International Yoga Day 2021.
Welcome to the Pyramid Meditation Channel. My name is Ilona Selke and I will be presenting here for you today in honor of the International Yoga Day, the 21st of June. And I'm very honored to have been invited in association with the Pyramid Spiritual Society, founded and developed by Patriji, and with such luminaries as the Arkartikayan, a saint in my eyes, as well as Jasmuheen and many other luminaries who will all be speaking about the many meanings and experiences that we can have in meditation and what it is to evolve consciousness and what we can do to improve our evolution here as humans in this lifetime. Today, I'm going to speak to you about yoga of the soul. As we in the West typically have come to associate yoga with Hatha yoga, which is the exercise and stress relieving kind of yoga, maybe even breath related yoga, I want to share with you the aspects that in traditional Hindu societies were known to be the yoga of consciousness. We had many different avenues. Some were using more the mental mind to gain understanding and insight into the inner dimensions. I want to take you on a journey of discovering what it means to truly have yoga of your soul. Yoga means the union, it's the merging, and implied in merging and union is taking two into one. Whether you take the body, mind, spirit into unity and ascend to the source, or if you think of parts of emotions within you merged into singularity to make the next step in ascension, or whether you are merging your consciousness with the source into oneness, or as I found in a beautiful text in Tantric Buddhism, one time when I asked the universe, what do I need to know? I went to a presentation where the monks were making one of those sand mandalas, and I mentally asked the universe, what do I need to know? And it works, right? You ask a question, you direct it to the center of the universe, and an answer comes to you. And I was guided to walk to the center of the building inside, and there was a bookcase, a glass shelf bookcase. I opened it up. I took out a book. I opened the book and I read, the fastest way to enlightenment is where two merge into one. Yoga of the soul. Now in my book, which has that same title, Yoga of the Soul, the main title is Dolphins, Love and Destiny. I speak about the many stages that we go through from, and I will go with you in a moment through some of these stages, from heightened states of consciousness to supremely more and more enlightened states of consciousness that I describe and give exercises and give techniques in. So on this path today with you, describing the yoga of the soul, I want to ask you and go with you through a couple of stages of consciousness based on the following understanding. See, we all are sure we sit here within a body. We have or we are a body, depending on how you look at life. Needless to say, we're here and we have perception. And we also know that's not all there is. Higher invisible laws are guiding life. And we are trying to discover what those are. And even the parts of us that function at these higher states of consciousness are functioning even when we're not totally aware. But gaining awareness of those levels and sharpening the seat of our soul into a brilliant diamond. That's at the heart of our quest for all of you, for all of us here speaking. All of us are here to improve our capacity to be a reflection of the divine embodied here on earth, or having our access channel clear. Now, I remember when I went to a lecture where Dr. Vern Wolf was speaking, about whom I also write in my books. He said to me, "You have a higher self, right?" "Yes." "Go into your higher self right now." And I'm like, okay. So let's do that right now, because I'm going to show you, while we speak, we go through experiences and work our way through different layers of perception and experiences and yoke our awareness into union with the singularity that opens naturally up to each one of us once we know the passage. Now, when you go into your higher self, I want you to do that right now as we're listening, talking together. You can close your eyes for a moment if you just want to feel how you would be in your imaginary higher self. What would you become? How would you be? And the first thing that you probably will do is create a feeling of being inside that higher self of yours. In seminars, when I teach it, what people describe typically is like becoming angelic, becoming greater, radiant, stronger, vibrant, more gifted, more compassionate, more loving, maybe more quiet, whatever it is. It may even have a dress on or may not. It may have colors. It has qualities that you can feel and that you can walk yourself into. I always say it's creating a holy space in your temple of being. The seat of our being is working in this dimension, right? So now let's understand that not everything is just physical, and that not everything is even our higher self. Our higher self is occupying what we would call the astral dimension, the energetic dimension, the blueprint of energy that then expresses itself through our chakras. Now, we will go up. Let's do it together. Let's occupy our beingness that we would take on if we were a crystalline structure, the next level up in frequency. I'm giving you a little map through experiences. I could draw it. I will hopefully be able to add this here into the video. The fact that we consist out of these many layers of frequencies, and our yoking ourselves into singularity needs the understanding that in the beginning, the greater pyramid of being, we have duality, we have form, shape. You have a body, you sit on a chair, you are in a room, you are in time space. Now with your higher self, you enter into a fluidum of time space that can see at a distance. You can do remote viewing with that energy body. You occupy a greater field. It's greater than your physical body. At times, you can even direct it into a different dimension of time space, the past, the future, or even another location. Now, let's move, as I said, to a crystalline structure, the equivalent of your mental body. If you were pure crystalline light lines, and illuminated these light lines of consciousness, no longer having your angelic self, but becoming a brilliant crystalline structure. if you start imagining that, what shape or form, colors, crystalline presence would you start emanating? What in a finer form of pure geometry would you become part of? A mandala of creation. And as you go with me, I'd like you to just start focusing outside of your energy, but rather into a field of knowingness, the Akashic records, and beyond the causal realities, the pure structural dimension that is beyond your higher self. All right, so we can tell that in the physical, in the higher self, in the crystalline structures, we take on different vibratory states, but it's almost as if we're lifting into a finer and finer version of ourselves. There comes a place where you start becoming, let's say, a part of a group soul, or part of an archetype, part of a stream of being. You take on the core energy of an entire larger field. It's like you're climbing into the closer center of a beam that recedes into the center of the apex of the pyramid. And as you do, the apex of the pyramid comes to the apex, to the very tipping point where it leaves the dimension of time-space, where if you go beyond, or if you go outside, and I like to imagine it as a point above my head. It really isn't a point outside of the body in that sense, but it is a pure space where you start noticing you pop into a space that is beyond time-space. Now you can imagine receding to the top of a pyramid and then out. Outside of that form of dimension of polarity into pure isness. And in the first level of entering pure non-dual awareness, which is not a mental concept, is not what I hear so many neo-Advaitaists talking about. It's not something, it's not the absence of duality, it is the essence of the beginning of the source of all that is. It is in your meditations, if you want to explore and deepen that, or you've already gone there, it's when we go beyond into a singularity. And now I told you the story of the Tibetan book saying the fastest way to enlightenment is to merge two into one. Now in your meditation, I like to address all these levels, not just simply go straight to 0 point. I have trained to do that. I can do that. However, it is really important, and I need it on a daily basis to be able to address my emotional body, my stress levels. I need to do my physical yoga, my breath work, to calm down my system, to address my maybe emotions that get triggered by events which are the growing structure for my soul to evolve, for my compassion to develop, for my wisdom to get sharpened. But when I choose another, and that could be a divine deity if you wanted to, but it could be God, as the source. If you aim yourself into singularity with that which you return your gaze into, the universe starts looking from created into creation through into the 0 point itself. It becomes full circle. You do the greatest service to the divine. You become one with the source. And that is the beginning of a journey where it starts teaching us. It starts yoking us into greater and greater capacity of singularity. And in my book, Yoga of the Soul, Dolphins, Love and Destiny, and my book, Wisdom of the Dolphins, by the way, I want to let you know, thank you to the PMS movement is translated into Hindi and Telugu, Wisdom of the Dolphins. I speak about some of these techniques of how to address the duality of your emotions and the future and the past, and how to become a master being of consciousness that realizes that everything we meet outside of us is a reflection of a state within. And if you see within the change, and if you become the blueprint of heaven on earth inside, that is what you will see outside manifest around you. You may change your location, you may change friends, you eventually will be in a space where what you see is a reflection of your true heaven on earth. It's an evolutionary process, just like enlightenment. There is no finite point of arrival. Now, when we work with a master or work with masterful beings, oftentimes people take this imaginary other and merge with them. And in my book, Yoga of the Soul, I say, take your beloved or take a beloved angelic master being in your mind, a master you know or a master you make up, and start realizing that both of you are, and let's go there together, beyond time-space. You are in a singularity. You enter beyond no mind into the first dimension where you are beyond time-space, and you start expanding. Even though it isn't a space, it is like your seat of the soul starts taking the first step into the Brahmic dimension. And when you do, and that's what we do in our life, we create a greater coherence at another level of consciousness. And as we do, we have to master our emotional, physical body. I've been a vegetarian since I became adult, since I turned 19, and I just celebrated my 60th birthday. And I am sure you are probably a vegetarian too, as you're watching this. If you're not yet, I encourage you to enter the path of the kindest compassionate thing you can do for this world. Whether you want to help global warming to be less of an issue, or killing of millions of animals that are killed daily to feed humanity. If you want to be a truly spiritual being, start with your nutrition. Eat well, eat clean food, drink water, do yoga, do your breath work, connect with God. But in that, let me just repeat the triangle of evolutionary steps, having the physical as one level, the emotional intactness and dealing with the challenges we come up with is another form of yoga of our emotions. The yoga of our mind is also being able to hold polarities in our mind and not fight the opposites, and realize that beyond that is a next higher truth, that if you've mastered the polarities, you look with equanimity at the two opposites and you become the master being, transcending this duality, and you sit in the dimension of singularity and realize that the drama of life, whoever is running the show or fighting or this, yes, it is important that you do the right thing here on this earth, but it is equally important that you realize that from another dimension, the source point is beyond the fight of good and evil. It's that you become the master co-creator with the divine and a channel for that pure essence. So let's go again. Creating the singularity point may require that you start with your quieting your mind, the breath work, cleaning up your emotional body. I have a technique that I would like you to just practice with me for 5 minutes that I explain in my books more at detail. My children's book, Aline Learns to Use His Imagination, is also available in India on Amazon.in in Hindi. And it comes with an app with guided meditations for your children to learn to deal with emotional duality, to come into that center next level of ascension. And I remember when the first time I met Patriji, we were invited to meditate, and we were told by some other friends to absolutely come to this one small pyramid in Kurnool. And we went. There we would find a real master, we were told. And when Don and I went, we went with a group of Japanese people. We'd been giving seminars in Japan, and we were accompanied on a tour to meet Indian saints. And we sat down in this pitch black pyramid. And we were told that the master was not responsible today, not there. So we sit down and meditate. And this auspicious sound of Bansuri flute is playing. And I am in this meditation where this Bansuri player clearly understands that we move through layers, finer and faster, and deeper, finer layers. And we were sitting in a pyramid, and I remember the picture. He's like pulls us out through the tip of the pyramid and says, "Phew, now get the others, get the others." There was a moment where in that pitch black darkness, this intense wave of shock came from this flute player, and I'm like going, this being is enlightened. And when that happened, I looked and opened, and this being, man, had a big glowing yellow golden aura. Now, what I found out later, this was Patriji, and the message that he gave us that was and is to this day very important. I'm going to add a little story to what he said to us. He said, be the master. So in our meditations, when we take on a mastership energy, we create a higher self. We create the blueprint of crystalline functioning consciousness. We enter the realm and go beyond the mind, the archetype, and then tap the dimension outside of time and space. And from there, you focus into merging with the divine. Enlightenment and heightened states of beingness, the seat of our soul, is an ever refinement process. There is no finite, you've got it, you're enlightened, this is it, stages thereof. And sometimes we read, our seat of the soul is there, but our emotional body cries out for water, and we need to drink some water. But the truth of the matter is, all of creation started at the source. And it's calling each one of us back to that yoked point of eternity. But you are the eyes and hands of God here in this dimension, and you return your gaze to itself. You as itself is looking at itself. You complete the circle, the union of consciousness that is manifest to consciousness or the supreme that is unmanifest. And in that moment, the greatest love affair of the universe takes place, and we are showered with love, with directiveness, and that is an ongoing journey. A friend of mine, a beautiful soul, a woman from Germany, died at age 40, and I accompanied her in her death time, and she went into the light, and she became a luminous being. But over the next following year that she transcended form, she became finer and more and more and more refined. In the end, I only perceived her as an intense beacon of a diamond light. She had transcended out of identifying with form or ego structure, or I am this, I radiate like this. She had become the supreme diamond of her level of coalesced, focused consciousness. And the last message she transmitted to me, that she could still get down into time and space, and I still get goosebumps, was have absolute certainty. If I were to use a negative statement, I would say allow no doubt. But, if I have to say allow no doubt, I have to think of what is doubt, and allow no doubt, absolute certainty. Absolute single-minded entrance into whatever it is that you, in your ultimate state of consciousness, wish to reach. That stillness that reaches and reaches and then is greeted by the unity of all that is, and then is taken up into itself. And it's a simultaneous allness and a simultaneousness of stillness and oneness. And I am that. These stages take time. We all wish to have an instantaneous form of enlightenment. And essentially, all we need to do is remember that that state of complete union with the source is available to any of us, but we always still maintain this form. And this form is in the dual world. This mind that remembers and goes into meditation, when you're watching, is still a dual form. So it's like, you can be torn between, I don't want to remember anything, I'll just go. But many people then just go, become absent-minded, and actually maybe just flatline at the astral level. Just go, or, different layers and different schools of thought get us to different results. And what I'm trying to explain to you today is something I'd like to invite you now in a meditation, one that gets to share move duality into singularity, and then the next level of moving yourself into singularity through the yoking of you and another. So I'd like to invite you now to close your eyes. We have another 15 minutes left approximately, so it won't be a very long exercise, but very potent 2 points you can remember. One, what to do with your emotional world, and remembering that when two come into one, opposites within yourself, you transcend into the next evolutionary level. And when you do that from the seat of your soul and pick another diamond of consciousness, when you move into singularity, it moves you up into the field where the divine takes you into its heart. All right, go ahead, come along with me on a journey and close your eyes. And for a moment, just take the yogic breath. Do some 1 minute of alternate nostril breathing. Breathing in deeply into your third eye, holding the breath, and exhaling with the other nostril. Holding your breath and breathing back in. Breathing all into your third eye and beyond. Holding, switching your finger and breathing back out. For all of you listeners in India, you think this is, everybody should know, but my mom taught me when I was 5 years old, yes, but not everybody knows and not everybody understands the yogic breath in. Holding for an equal amount of time the in-breath, switching your finger, breathing out. Holding your breath. Breathing in through the same nostril. Switching your finger and breathing out. You can continue doing this for another moment if you'd like, or let your hands rest in your lap. I'd like you to think of a moment this past day or a couple of days this week where something happened that wasn't going the way you really wanted it to go. Maybe some emotions came up, some disturbance came up, or you felt angry, sad, hurt. Think of a moment where something didn't go as well as you wanted it. And then I'd like you to remember your feelings. Remember the feelings you had in that moment. Where in your body did you feel the feelings the most? If If it was anger, it most likely was in your belly. If it was sadness, maybe in your heart. Where did you feel the disturbance? If you tune in now for a moment. It might have been in several places, but usually it's somewhere in our chakra system. All right, just take a moment and feel into it and notice whether it's more in the front or in the back. And I'd like you to ask this energy if it had the most beautiful outcome of what it actually really wanted. Because all, even the most negative energies, in the end, want a most profound outcome at its highest. What would you have really liked to become, be, or experience? If you had already received that which you truly wanted, what would that be? And I'd like you to just for a moment get a feeling for that. How would that have felt? How would you have become? How would your auric body feel if you had that wish fulfilled? And then I'd like you to feel that negative energy, maybe give it a color that you started out with. Maybe it was a brown thing or a crumply thing, whatever it was, that energy that wasn't feeling so good. And now in your other conscious mind or in your other hand feeling, you have the other one, the one that's really beautiful, that already has the fulfillment of what it really wanted. Thanking the old one, wanting such a beautiful, something beautiful that it could, if it would, become. Can you ask that old energy if it's willing to become one with what it truly wants to become? Be absorbed into it. And then invite it in. Because usually it's like, yeah, of course I want to become this beautiful. That was my wish. Let the two merge and meet, and let the higher energy absorb that which wasn't so beautiful, and let it be absorbing itself, that brown or dark, whatever it was, all into itself, until it is expressed in that beautiful new energy. Until the last little bit is absorbed and allowed to blossom, to become that new energy. And let that take a seat within you, and let it ripple through time and space. Let it ripple through the moment where you were, touch the world, the aura, the people around you. You are the master of your evolution. Once you realize that even darker negative states want to evolve to the next level of union, this is the first level of union I wanted to share with you. It is essential that on our spiritual path, we realize that we are not here to avoid incarnation or expression of emotions. We are here to yoke it into union. And yoga of the soul begins with understanding and mastering our physical body as well as our emotional body. And now, I invite you on the next step. I'd like you to imagine a masterful, illuminated being. This could be an abstract being, or a master being you know in his or her most radiant form, as you also enter your most radiant presence and form of energy. And just as you call this being up, bring this being, him or her, into your presence as you look into his or her eyes in this beautiful dimension. Allow this being to be so supremely pure that in the end you are willing to meet with this being. It could be also a beloved of yours. It could be a soulmate of yours. It could be a master being, an angel, a deity of the highest radiance. Allow yourself to encounter this being and feel their eyes and yours meeting. And now I'd like you to remember how originally I said you can take on this angelic energy form, the master being, but beyond that, imagine a stream of consciousness, of light, of essence, taking you to the source of creation. A still point of a beam, and also your master angelic being, also he or she has this very same line that reaches towards the same center of creation as you. For a moment, just notice that we will make a jump in an octave and allow yourself to find yourself in the moment beyond time-space. As if you go beyond the bardo, beyond nirvana, beyond the pinnacle of the pyramid of duality, into pure presence, pure singularity of your consciousness. While the master being that you had started this journey with also meets with you in the space beyond time-space. It's like the two of you are becoming pure points of consciousness, no form, no shape, isness. As if you were maybe still two diamonds, or maybe you've already overlapped the two diamonds into singularities. Allow the seat of the souls to touch and merge and overlap, to create the lens into complete singularity. And it is almost like we do this, and then like the DNA coil, it bifurcates, and we bring again our attention into singularity. And we come for a split moment into that overlap, into the singularity. And then it bifurcates. It's like we we operate with perception. It's like you're glancing into non-duality, and it opens for you the ladder of evolution of consciousness. This is a continuous exercise that I call the yoga of the soul. When you enter that moment, it opens the doorway to allness. And in truth, that is what that book tried to tell me, is when two meet into one, it's the fastest way into enlightenment, into singularity and openness to the one, to all that is. I'd like you to bring that with you as you sit here, watching, listening, closing your eyes or having your eyes open. And remember that being a spiritual being is being a multidimensional being and having that seat of consciousness, active while and as often as you can, having your eyes open, your heart open. You can create the stillness within yourself or have a connection with another being who enters that moment. I remember sitting with Kartikeyan, Dr. D.R. Kartikeyan, when we came to visit with him, and he is also one of those saints where that masterful glance holds that state and his beingness communicates from that dimension. Patriji operates from there and is so humble. I am so grateful to know these two amazing, masterful beings. Srihans, we sit and meditate. He opens and transcends, and I believe that enlightenment is a continuous, enlightenment is a continuous journey. It's not a one time, I was there, I got there, and that was it. It is, yes, it's the first time maybe where you got there. But then you create that state again and again and again. And you start operating in your daily life from that space, which then encompasses time and space to the degree of intensity and purity that you can carry at this moment in time. I'm saying goodbye now, and thank you for your time and presence, and wish you all the best. And remember, duality becomes one, and it's becoming the stepping stone to the next evolutionary moment, where that becomes the next moment of duality to become one. The continuous dance of two into one becomes the reflection of God greeting itself within its creation, and the greatest love affair of all. Namaste, and I thank you very much for joining PMC channel here in English and the International Yoga Day.
Our next guest for the day, Madhu and Ram. Madhu and Ram, living in Germany since 2017, have realized their life purpose in 2010 when they were living in Egypt. They could find deeper meanings of life through the practice of breath meditation, that is Anapanasati meditation. Their mission in life is to inspire as many people as they can and to make them realize that there is peace, joy and light within everyone. Madhu takes everyone into the deeper states of meditation with the help of her singing bowls, and Ram plays his happy drums, wherein one can feel the happy vibe within. Let's now meditate with this divine music on the occasion of International Yoga Day. Over to Madhu and Ram now.
Hello, namaste everyone. A very, very happy International Yoga Day to everyone who is joining us today. And myself, Ram.
And myself, Madhu.
We are connecting to all of you from Germany. And we would like to meditate, take you all into meditation through our music we are going to play today. So I will be playing happy drums.
And friends, I'll be playing the singing bowls. And
so as the International Yoga Day theme is about yoga is nothing but meditation. So friends, let us all dive now into the breath meditation. So I invite you all to take a very comfortable posture. Kindly take off your glasses. Anything that is tight on your body, get rid of them. Cross your legs one above the other. Clasp your hands, fingers into fingers, and close your eyes. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha. Yoga is nothing but a state of no thoughts. So let us all reach a state of no thoughts. It happens when we truly become a witness. Witness yourself, how you are sitting, and make sure you are in a relaxed posture. No stress in any part of your body. Like you are just clasping your hands, fingers into fingers. There is no any force in that. It is simple, free, relaxed. Everything happens naturally. When we let go of and become a true witness. And now witness your breath. Normal, natural breath. The breath is already happening. and we just need to witness it. Feel the breath going in and coming out through your nose, into yourself and out. Every time we witness the breath, our mind is empty of thoughts. And every time you witness that you have a thought, acknowledge it. And when you truly witness, your thoughts disappear. Then again, witness your normal, natural breath. It is just the awareness of your breath. Normal, natural breath. Just be with your breath. Last 2 minutes. In these deep meditative states, let us all be grateful to each and every experience of our lives. Let us be grateful to each and every person we have come across in our life. Let us be grateful to the nature for continuously showering the abundance and sustaining every life form. Let us be grateful to each and every animal, bird, that is continuously teaching us to be compassionate. Let us be grateful to meditation and to ourselves for choosing to be here today and meditating in this group. Last 20 seconds. Slowly become aware of your physical body and your surroundings. Ten seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Slowly place your hands over your eyes for a few seconds. And when you are ready, you may open your eyes and take off your hands. Thank you, friends. Thank you, everyone, for joining the group meditation. Keep meditating every day, and let us all help each other in creating beauty in our lives and beauty everywhere around us. So thanks to PSSM, thanks to PMC for giving us this wonderful opportunity to play music and to be part of this group meditation. I wish you all a wonderful yoga day.
Thank you so much, friends. And I especially thank our wonderful Patriji for bringing yoga into our lives and for making our lives much happier with a simple practice of breath meditation. Thank you so much, Patri sir. And thanks to each and every master who had been an impactful persons in our lives. And thank you so much, friends. And I wish you all a very happy International Yoga Day. Let it not make International Yoga Day only one day. Every day is an yoga day. Practice meditation and share meditation and spread meditation, friends. Namaste to all. Bye-bye.
Namaste to all. Bye.
next guest for the day is Jasmuheen. Jasmuheen is an author for 44 books that got published in 20 languages. She is the lifetime president of the Global Congress of Spiritual Scientists, GCSS, Pyramid Valley, India, and also the founder and primary supporter of the Embassy of Peace. As an ambassador of peace for the embassy, Jasmuheen has travelled constantly since 1994, with her work being integrated with around 55 countries with programs that are designed to improve the health and happiness levels of countless people from all cultural and religious backgrounds, which includes her work with indigenous cultures in Colombia, the Amazons, and also the slums in Brazil. As an ambassador of peace, Jasmuheen has also worked with various levels of government, including presenting her work to the United Nations over a number of years in Vienna and New York, and again in 2013. Through this time, she has been instrumental in helping to educate millions into better global resource usage via developing a stronger connection to divine resource within. Since 1993, Jasmuheen has been personally nourished by prana, and since then has lived without the need to take physical food, as she is source-fed or nourished by cosmic microfuel. As a meditator for over 47 years and deeply peaceful person, Jasmuheen is light, entertaining, and always filled with love, and her gatherings are always inspirational. You may also enjoy her famous life-changing meditations. Now let's hear from Jasmuheen.
Welcome to this wonderful Congress celebrating the joy of yoga. That's how I choose to see this gathering. We're beaming in with our beautiful Indian friends, a land where yoga in so many forms has been practiced for thousands and thousands of years. You could see yoga as a subtle science, but I see it more as a non-subtle science because the benefits are so wonderful. And so I want to take this time, because people love real life stories, just to share a little bit about the influence of yoga on my life. When I was about 16, I began the meditation practice from an ancient Vedic tradition, techniques from an ancient tradition that came from India. And the very first day that I meditated on my own, my whole body, third eye exploded with light, and my body was so much love. You could say meditation is also a form of yoga, a subtle science of self-knowledge and self-mastery. So before that, I decided to play with food. And I found that a raw diet, a plant-based diet, just let me function better. I had more mental clarity, I was better at school of studying, I had better energy, I slept less, I had more strength and power for sporting activities because I was very young. So I had a good diet. I had good meditation practice, but the physical asanas of yoga I hadn't been introduced to. But that same year that I learnt meditation, my family and I, we met a young man who was a yogi, a yoga practitioner of the asanas, just simple hatha yoga. And as my mother and I watched him go through his morning yoga routine, we joined him. And I found, wow, I'm not that flexible. But what I loved is as I did it every day, I got more and more flexible. And I found something really interesting happening. It was like I could turn on my body and almost make it electric. because every asana is designed, scientifically designed, you could say, to open up energy centers in the body, the chakra system, and get the chi, the essence energy, really circulating and flowing well through the muscles, through the chakra system, through the meridians, through all of it. So I began at that young age a practice of hatha yoga, which I loved. And you'll find in the West so much changing. A few years ago, probably a few decades ago now, we started to find in mainstream magazines the talk of mindfulness, of just doing that beautiful Buddhist technique of letting go of all the busyness of an external reality and sharing, as Patriji does, of just bringing the focus back to the breath. It's like giving your mind a holiday. They say when human mind is empty, supreme mind can fill it. And so that was such a beautiful technique of slowing down, and our magazines began to talk about aromatherapy, about mindfulness. Then they started to introduce a bit of discussion about the benefits of yoga. Beautiful people, women. My next big birthday is 70. I know if I didn't do yoga, I would feel quite different. I find the more I live this sort of lifestyle, the younger I feel, the more energized I feel, as do many of you, which is why we're celebrating this idea of yoga today. I would read in articles in our women's magazines in the West, or see on YouTube of people in their 70s beginning yoga, never too old. Never too old to start to meditate, never too old to start to do yoga, never too old to change our attitude and our lives. And you'd see these beautiful women, mainly, sometimes men, more often, both in India, but in the West. I remember seeing this video of this woman. She was 105, and she was doing the most complicated, amazing yoga asanas, postures that was really circulating the energy in the body, almost like lubrication, oil that goes through a car to keep everything running smoothly. So we have so much to celebrate. Within a short time, after the idea of mindfulness and yoga, aromatherapy was introduced to the West in mainstream magazines, they began to talk more about the joy of not just mindfulness in what we're doing now, moment awareness, of just resting from busyness. And they would share more about the joy and the benefits of meditation. Then it began to change again in the West, with a huge emphasis now on the yoga of nutrition. This is something that I wanted to share a little bit of here too. The yoga of life, the science of a good life, of a highly energized, healthy life, a happy life with a strong immune system, where there's no mental viruses, there's no emotional viruses, and there's no physical viruses. Because as you know, we're in a time in our world with a lot of viruses, which we could say is corrupt programs that are rising for us to say yes to or no to. One of the things I said yes to, because I'd been exposed to Indian meditation techniques and philosophy, was I said yes to really opening to experience the wisdom of all the holy ones from all spiritual traditions, to study what they had in common and apply it in my own life, to say yes to daily meditation, to say yes to selfless service, to compassionately, lovingly taking care of others and taking care of myself. This is a yoga practice. Compassion, you could say, is a yoga practice. To be so compassionate towards you, yourself, that you take the time to get to know and experience the truth of who you really are. This is a common practice in Eastern cultures, obviously. I have a great love and gratitude to the Indian yogis who I met, who turned me on to meditation, and then who turned on the young man that we had with us to yogic practice so he could turn me on to the benefits of yogic practice, of doing the asanas. So let's look at a few elements. We have lifestyle. How we choose to spend our time will determine what reality we are anchored in on earth, because the quantum field responds to our dominant signals, our dominant thinking, feeling, and whole body energy transmission. We've all met people who, without words, they are so deeply anchored in this field of peace, their eyes so filled with love and light and wisdom, that when we're in their presence, it's like drinking, it's like being a thirsty sponge and just absorbing that energy from them. And that was a good practice in India for a long time, being with holy people. But then in our path of self-knowledge, of compassion for self, of getting to know who we really are, we find that that same source of energy that they are anchored into and radiating is also part of us, lies at our core, and that it too can be strong and dominate our field by how we spend time, so that we too are transmissioning out healing energy, love energy, peaceful energy, wisdom energy, because that master within, that pure and perfect part of us, has all of these capabilities. So yoga, the science of life, the meditation, the silent stillness time that's promoted, the lightening up the diet, the yogic practice physically, or qigong or tai chi, because they're wonderful practices too. All of this way of spending time makes you feel lighter and lighter, because it stimulates the rising of another part of you, your Atman, your monad, that pure and perfect part of you that is there just waiting for revelation by our alignment to it and focus upon it. What I discovered is that we then tap into purer and purer energies. So the yoga of nutrition can be to take no external nutrition at all, because we are opening to these waves of energy that are vibrating through the 99.9% space that is part of every atom in every human being. What's the frequency? What is the attributes of this 99.999% space? In quantum, we call it the unified field. In other fields, we might call it in interdimensional energy field science that I'm interested in as a spiritual scientist. In our field, we call it the unified field. It pulsates through dark matter. It's in our atoms. So it's like flowing, vibrating through us like an ocean all the time. So yoga of nutrition, the yoga of a good life, of a healthy, happy life lived in harmony within ourselves and with each other, I have found is dependent on the strength, the purity of this energy that's flowing through the atoms. Now we know, you've always known in India, that what we focus on, we draw into reality, we draw into the field. And that's why there's been such a push for thousands and thousands of years to understand what lies at our core, to understand the magnificence of the human design, how we structured. What is the energy matrix that we have inside around which molecular structure forms? We have chakra system, meridian system, but yet all of this comes from our body of light. That body of light, it blossoms as we fertilize it by how we spend time. And you notice physically such a change in your energy and the way energy flows just by the adoption of something as simple as Hatha Yoga. So our ancients, all of them added another layer and another layer and another layer so that we could change our personal vibratory signature and then find ourselves living, you could say, in a different zone. We can vibrate, and many have vibrated out of the zone of duality, the age of Kali Yuga. That's complete for many now, and they have vibrated themselves very peacefully through yoga of all the different types to anchor and exist in a very different zone that many call the Shambhala matrix. It doesn't have to be a difficult journey. You can live in a world of great chaos, especially what we witness in the world today. Or we can apply yoga with all its meanings and all its levels. The yoga of stillness, the yoga of silence, the yoga of good, very pure nutrition, the yoga of physical movement and the asanas, the yoga of meditation, the yoga of breath, dream yoga, where we get so much insight, wisdom coming in when we lay our body down to sleep at night. I love Dreamtime Yoga, and this is something that many people have spent their time exploring, from lucid dreaming to holding that intention that any information that we need, any experience that we need that is for our highest good, that it comes to us in the final dream just before we wake, with easy to interpret symbology and messaging. And people reveal the most interesting things from this experience. They have met with beautiful beings of the greatest light and love in the dream time. They've often met with family or friends who've crossed over, who have messages or have had a need for a final exchange with their loved one. They've experienced healing. They've laid their body down to sleep and gone into an expanded state of awareness of the vastness of their own multidimensional nature and found themselves in other star systems or in other zones where they've just been irradiated with so much light and love and healing energy and been completely transformed. That can be and is known in India as a yoga. India has many different types of yoga. I love Bhakti yoga. Bhakti yoga is the yoga of love. It's often associated with a feeling of devotion or absolute appreciation of a wise person who's come into your life and offered something that worked for you and transformed your life. How can you not be grateful when someone has shared something with you that completely transformed your life? When I was 16, I just knew there was more than this growing up, getting married, studying maybe, having children, you know, all of that, which is wonderful life, obviously, to do. It's fun, but I felt there was more. And I've loved being a wife and mother and grandmother and all those roles. But what made it more wonderful, even though at times it can be challenging, what I loved about it was that I could take time through daily meditation and let go of all the external realities and drop into another energy within, just with a little adjustment of the breath to just relax, relax, relax. Let everything go of the external world and just open to be bathed by something within that is there, that is so peaceful and so loving and so just delicious. When you feel the frequency of this particular energy, the essence energy. And while a lot of people love and appreciate external teachers, including me, I'm always grateful. I'm grateful for my mother and my father who taught me so much, and for my husbands who taught me so much, and friends I know who are supporting and loving, and yogis who I've met and shaman that I've met. This is the yoga of gratitude. And this Bhakti yoga is the yoga of love, of gratitude, of devotion, but we can take it to another level, and that is the yoga of loving allowance, to take the time to allow the perfect guru teacher that knows us so well, loves us so well, has so many virtues and so much wisdom that is part of us to rise. This is really what all the good gurus in India always talk about, that one day you will find the guru within you, which is what my guru in the 1970s said over and over again. And it was true. Through all of these yogas, the yoga of good nutrition, the yoga of mind mastery, the yoga of lifestyle, the yoga of the wise use of time, the yoga, physical yoga of moving the body through Qigong, Tai Chi, or the ancient tradition, Hatha yoga, Kriya yoga, Pranayama yoga, Kundalini yoga, Bikram yoga, and so much more. Beautiful ways of working to really open up the energy centers in the body and have the chi flow so powerfully through these centers that your whole system is so fired up, energized, and you're just tingling all over. Ah, that is so wonderful. But you feel more, a lot more, when you add the additional things like yoga of nutrition to love your body. Bhakti yoga. Bhakti yoga, self-love. Bhakti yoga, love of all those that you have found have really helped you in your life that you're grateful for. Bhakti yoga of pure love for those who have really pushed your buttons and really challenged you in some way that you've gone, oh, I don't know if I like them. But you look back after and you learn and you realize that that person was the most precious person of all, because they challenged you and challenged you and challenged you until you became a better version of yourself, where you gained wisdom and you gained heart virtues. Bhakti yoga delivers heart virtues. Heart virtues means you're more tolerant. Heart virtues means you're more patient. Heart virtues means you're more compassionate. Heart virtues mean that you can love all sentient life, regardless of how they present and the roles that they are playing as souls, also learning on earth as they enjoy an earthly physical embodiment. So yoga, as you know, the way we're sharing it to celebrate International Yoga Day, to be part of this little sharing and conference, we wanted to give a much, much bigger picture, but more how it's affected my life. I love to feel highly energized. I love to feel pretty constantly peaceful, but that takes time and choice. In this time of the ending of an old way of being and the beginning of a very different, much more enlightened chapter of life on earth, we are practicing the yoga of choice. This is another yoga, a science of choice. What are we saying yes to? Can we say yes to a brand new way of being on earth? Can we say yes to political systems, education systems, economic systems, social systems, health systems that operate and will operate for the highest good of all people and sentient life on earth, regardless of culture, regardless of gender, regardless of traditions and spiritual traditions or the different models of reality we have been exposed to as we've lived life on earth. That's what's coming in now. To say yes to a brand new way of being. And the more of us that have this choice, the yogic choice of saying yes to good stuff, yes to operating in a way that's beneficial for all sentient life, yes to loving each other, yes to supporting each other, yes to respecting each other, yes to understanding each other better, yes to taking the best of all cultures and traditions and applying the things we have in common. And what we all have in common is that we can breathe. We have an inbuilt mechanism of breath, and through the breath, we can change our state of awareness. We can unhook from the busyness of life. We can come into an experience where we're very relaxed and peaceful through meditation, where we gain a much higher perception and understanding about each other and what's happening in our world at this time. All of this is the science of life. Is yoga a subtle science of playing with energy? Definitely. Can you experience it very dynamically, physically, through yoga, asana type practice? Yes. Is it wonderful? Does it give you much more energy? Is it good for the body to move the chi, the life force around in those ways? Of course. Then there is the things we're talking about here, particularly Patriji, with this yoga of meditation, which is such an integral part of the science of living a life of effortless ease and joy and grace. And that's why we've created, during this lockdown time, simple courses. You can find these on our website, jasmuheen.com, links to these. A course for living a life of effortless ease and joy through spending time in particular ways. A luscious lifestyle course, which is a way of spending time that is so energizing and so beneficial for us on many levels, to our source feeding course and contact course and so much more. But remember, true yoga introduces you to the most incredibly magnificent, wise and loving part of yourself that has everything you need. All the love, all the wisdom, all the power, all the virtues, everything that will allow you to live the most successful life, this embodiment, and live in a way that allows you to live in harmony with all sentient life. So we're going to take just a few breaths, break and change the frequency now and go into a little meditation, a play with energy. It's nice to share stories of experience. People like that. It's nice to share of ancient, modern, futuristic even traditions and even quantum science and how things work. But it's also wonderful to experience this pragmatically. I have a cat. He's in my room here now. He loves this sort of energy when we meditate. That's the background noise. Okay, let's go on. So we're going to go off screen while we meditate and just have some energy flows coming through. Just for you to close your eyes as I am closing mine. When we close our eyes, it's like a physical signal to ourselves to say we are consciously unhooking from the external world busyness to open to that internal rhythm of peace, a slightly different brainwave pattern. And so we just let everything go. And while Patriji likes that normal breath, we're just going to play with the breath a little differently. Slowing it down and becoming conscious that we are drinking so much more, breathing so much more than oxygen. Energy becomes that which we label it. That's our power. And so we imagine that with each slow breath, we are drawing to us, letting rise through us that pure, pure bhakti, divine love, pure love, energy. That energy that brought all of creation into being at some point and sustains creation now. all our breath focus, intention, so conscious to just drink deeply, breathe slowly, to flood our bodies with pure, pure essence, love. When your mind wanders, just bring it back. Thoughts may come, let them flow on. And then come back to the breath. Deep, but slow and conscious. Flooding our systems with each breath. With pure prana, chi, love that is divine. And just imagine around you all the beings, people you have known and loved and still know and love. People you feel so grateful for because from them, through them, you have been challenged or just lovingly supported. But they have changed you in some way, and for them, as you sense them around you, just feel grateful. Perhaps the yoga teacher or meditation teacher or a wisdom carrier, a shaman, elder, grandmother or father or friend. And just imagine them sitting in silent stillness around you. And let them feel your gratitude and loving appreciation, because gratitude and loving appreciation is such a healing, supporting energy. Slow, conscious breath, open to the purest love flowing into you, through you. With each breath, letting that love then radiate out through the pores of your skin. Letting it radiate out, spiral out from your heart chakra into the circle of beings you're imagining are around you. Perhaps letting it all radiate out farther to all sentient life in this world. Letting them feel your loving support, your compassion, as they face so many challenges, perhaps in their life on earth today. Can you feel compassion for sentient life? Can you feel these waves of compassion flowing out from your heart chakra, radiating out from you, moving through your community, family, friends, through your country, and out around this world, this planet? Just resting in this, in silence for a while. So many people leaving this world right now, their contracts, their time here complete. New souls coming in to support this next phase of human evolution. Imagining your heart chakra like a divine door through which the endless flow of loving, compassionate support is spiraling out, vibrating through your own body, healing, rebalancing you, then continuing to vibrate, flow like waves on an ocean out throughout this world. Breathing in love, letting it flow out through you. And if your mind does wander, as it does in meditation, just give it a job. Focus on your gratitude. Bhakti yoga. Your appreciation of all the wonderful people who've allowed you to become the incredible human being that you are on earth today, with all your learning and wisdom gained through having this body on earth. I give thanks to all the holy messengers who've taught and shared as living examples of so much, from Gandhi to many, many more. Who are you really grateful for in your life? And let your gratitude flow through your heart, out through this world now. And we know that any day of celebration is a day where we honor something that has occurred, that has been shared, that is beneficial for human evolution or our own individual lives. And yoga, in all its forms, has transformed the lives of so many in many countries all around the world. And it has allowed us all, when we've applied it, to be much better versions of ourselves. And for this, we celebrate this day. When you're ready, just open your eyes, have a stretch. And so we give thanks that we can gather through Zoom all around the world. And even though we may not be physically together, we can feel each other in the fields. And we all of us have so much to share that can uplift our world and make this transition into this next phase of evolution more peaceful, as we gain a higher perception as well, through meditation and through the practice of these many forms of yoga. We would love to have you join us, of course, on our online courses if you want. But thank you for tuning in to this conference, this celebration of International Yoga Day. This is Jasmuheen, President of the Global Congress of Spiritual Scientists in India, joining Patriji and others, sharing also some of what we have understood at the Embassy of Peace. Namaste.
When you try your best but you don't succeed, when you get what you want but not what you need, when you feel so tired but you can't sleep, stuck in reverse, and the tears come streaming down your face. When you lose something you can't replace. When you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. And high up above or down below, when you're too in love to let it go. But if you never try, then you'll never know just what you're worth. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. Okay. I think we should stop.
Our next guest is Harish Veladi, founder for Shiva Shakti School of Yogic Studies, invested 20 years actively into the practice and teaching of meditation. He has studied various systems of yoga from multiple schools. Also, he is an active practitioner and teacher of yogic sciences in Ashtanga Vinyasa Yoga, Iyengar, Yin Yoga, Therapeutic Yoga, multi-style yoga teacher.
Kai Adaiva from Russia has been teaching yoga from 13 years. She trains not just the students but teachers of yoga. Experienced Silva life system and different Buddhist meditation while getting into Anapanasati. Worked in Siberia, Dubai, Qatar, Doha in the fields of high fashion industry, clothing, real estate, media and advertisements. Leaving all the jobs, came to India, Rishikesh for yoga studies in 2010 and started teaching yoga in Russia and India. Kai is happily married to Harish Veladi now and have been spreading the science of yoga and meditation. Let's now listen to the wisdom of Harish and Kai on this great occasion of International Yoga Day 2021.
Hello, namaste and welcome to the International Yoga Day. And it is our honor to speak to you and express our views regarding the most fundamental aspects of yoga and the deepest science behind yoga in observation consciousness. I am Harish.
And I am Kai. Namaste.
So, observation consciousness. Observation is the most fundamental unit of consciousness. With observation, we experience a lot of things as we see in the world today. Without observation, there is no creation, there is no past, no present, and no future. Only those things which are observed are recorded. In spirituality, there is this thing called Akashic records, which plays a major role in one's spiritual evolution. Everything in this through observation is recorded into Akashic records, and with observation you can change the present, change the future and change the past into something new. That's what observation does. It's, to tell in example, the first thing which right now, right here is I have a camera in front of me and it does its job by observing. Soul is also the same thing. Soul observes everything. It doesn't react to anything. It only observes and keeps the information with itself. the ability of the mind is the thing that processes the information from the soul, and with the soul, which is acts as an observer, which is the connecting unit to the entire consciousness, brings the information from the past and predicts, processes. The mind processes that. Without mind, there is no place for observer. Okay, observer will be there, but no one will observe the observer. Okay, so for the mind is the fundamental unit to realize that there is an observer, and mind helps us as well as distracts us from being an observer at times in the reality. So most of the current day challenges that we are facing is because we lack the ability to observe patiently using the mind, and the decision making is becoming harder for many people these days. The most important aspect of understanding this thing comes from a meditation, a process of meditation that relaxes you to the deeper level of your consciousness, where your body and the field of body and the extension of body, which is called mind, is filled with the precognitions. Like so much information is being stored in your field of mind. The present, the past experiences, and the future visions are all stored in this field of mind. So meditations that relaxes your body will help you to figure out what you are going through and what you have to keep within you and what you have to let go. So these are the mental the field of mind that has thoughts from the past, future, and we keep struggling with this information itself. So with meditation, Anapanasati, let's take the example of Anapanasati, which is the crown jewel of meditations, as Lord Shiva taught to Parvati. He taught nearly 500 different types of meditations. Out of this, the most auspicious and most closer one to know that you are an enlightened being already is Anapanasati. Anapanasati is observation of natural breath. So the breath which is already natural, you just observe it. But the field of mind intervenes in that observation from time to time, and you get to carry away in that flow of mind. So when you bring back your mind and get it married to the observer through breath, everything starts to manifest in your own choice. The peace is your choice. The ability to put intention to make something happen will become your choice, and the ability to work on it is completely based on the choice. So observer and observation becomes overall consciousness over a period of time, and that's how things will be changing for everybody from time to time with regular meditation practices, continuous practices. Doing 1 hour a day, it doesn't help to solve greater challenges in one's own life. You have to do it continuously and increase the hour span of meditation for every good sadhaka. So there are so many challenges every good sadhaka, every sadhaka keeps experiencing from time to time. So increase in time will help you increase in observation. So then the choice, the picking up of the choice to see things clearly becomes more evident, and you will have control over them. These days, to be distressed and become a proper observer and proper creator and responsible creator, and for a responsible creation, you have to practice meditations which makes you more calm, and that meditation should be able to dive deep inside by dissolution of the mind. There is an experiment. Science has evolved to to a stage where they conduct experiments on observation. There is an experiment called double slit experiment, which even an electron which is shot from an electronic gun on a screen, when it is observed through a camera by an observer, it starts behaving itself. It's as simple as when the students are in the classroom, when a headmaster or a regular teacher who are exposed to regular fears, like if the students does not do their homework, when they see teacher, there is a certain amount of observation that comes into picture out of fear also. So they start behaving properly. It's the same way in that double slit experiment, which is the most important experiment, so that people can understand that there is an evidence for this all spiritual scientific concepts to be understood by the people. This is the most important experiment that is conducted to make it evident. I hope most of the people wouldn't understand this at a period of time immediately when they come into meditation, but consistent practices and getting in touch with the group meditations, great masters like Brahmarshi Patriji. Why? Because they are fully involved in these kind of researches without any electronic equipment, and they were able to make phenomenal changes in themselves and the people around you, and I am one of the examples for that. So as of today, my ability to observe things and to put my response or reaction based upon the necessity has increased because of extensive observation over a period of time. This observer consciousness is very needed at this point of time to work on stress reduction, because as I said, for stress reduction you need to observe what is right, what is wrong, and then a decision making comes into part. The better you observe, the better your knowledge based upon the past experience can give you a clear picture to take a right decision. This is my idea of what is observation consciousness. I would like to hear some of the examples from Ms. Kai.
Okay. So as Harish already spoke so much about observation, and he spoke so much in scientific manner. I'm not expert in this field, but I have to share maybe a few things, how it helped me, the meditation. I was so much of externalized person. I would go always outside to find that everything I would try to find outside of myself rather than going within. And going within was the hardest thing in my life, I guess, I've done, because sitting down for meditation, closing my eyes and observing my breath, it was the hardest thing I've ever done. I could not even last a minute, but then I had to train literally myself. I had to train my mind like training an animal, I guess, to listen, to sit down. So, and through the time and the efforts and the years of practice, my personal experience on observing, I found that over the time of meditation, I start observing that observer. So awareness come to the point when I start observing the observer, and that observer start observing another observer, and that observer went higher, even observing the other observer. And I was wondering how far I can go. It feels so good. It literally felt so good. There was a new dimensions kind of opening within that state of awareness, I would say. And I believe that's all I have to say about it now, because every day I meditate, the more I meditate, the more I evolve. And through that observation, I believe I start developing the higher awareness.
Sometimes being the experiencer will be the best thing to do, because there are so many evolved teachers on this planet, and they set a better example of becoming a better personality and better version of themselves over a period of observation. And keep saying this word observation, observation, observation. It can be only given into action, like it can be only understood through experience by an individual. Individual experience does matter, because the information that we are speaking about is the personal experience of a sadhaka. And if one can correlate these kind of experiences, it can be at least a clear road for most of the starters to at least go forward and start meditating. So I wanted to add a few more things of how Anapanasati can make you a better observer of your depths. So when you sit in meditation, every breath will help you to move your muscles and all the elements, all the 5 elements of your body that are made up of. And with every breath, your body starts relaxing to the deepest levels. If you keep continuing it again and again, starting with the shortest time that you can put into practice and increase the time day by day, day by day, day by day, you become a proper observer. And this is totally appropriate to the concept of yoga. Why? Because yoga is not about just asana. Yoga is communion of mind, body, and soul. A lot of the people don't understand soul means, it is vague for most of the people. I am trying to infer this to those people who doesn't have experience of becoming a yogi by themselves. For a layman, observer, because science is more predominant these days, many universities from the West has scientifically conducted so many experiments to understand who is observing all this thing and who is controlling this thing. So to a point of experience, I've understood that we are the creators of our own reality, but that conclusion of we are the creators of our own reality comes with extensive action of observation. Observation is action without an action, and with this word in Sanskrit it means yoga. Yoga is to merge with oneself. So this oneself is so deep that you have to. Yoga is not just asana, it's much deeper than that. Yoga is not just pranayama and asana. It's as deep as knowing yourself from the depth of past, present, and the future self. To be one with yourself, you need to meditate on dissolving yourself. The current self, the current image that you hold in your mind about yourself is not your supreme self. And as observer doesn't intervene in your personal experiences, he just observes and records. It is very important for you to take action on relaxing the field of mind that you have accumulated over a period of time. Mind is a difficult thing to dissolve. So the only way to dissolve the mind is to let go of the mind. The first physical process starts with your breath. The natural breath that you hold on to in a particular set of minutes from day to day. So with increase in meditation time day by day, your body tends to relax and go deeper into yourself, and the bodies which are associated with your physical body, like etheric body, astral body, mental body, causal body, supracausal body, and the nirvanic body, starts activating based upon the depth of your observation. And the awareness at this point starts increasing to every body. When your body starts relaxing, the awareness increases to etheric body, in which etheric body is a combination of all the 5 elements and the reactions of all the elements in your body. In turn it radiates some radiation, and that forms an etheric body. Then if you go more deeper in your relaxation with your breath, then you were able to come out of your body and have astral level experiences. And if you relax as deep as possible and become an observer, good observer of who you are, you will be able to dissolve the field of mind that you have constructed for yourself. Then you can also restructure it for the betterment of your better version. And then you will try to understand the greater reasons for your experience, for you to become an observer. In turn, you will start helping on a specific cause towards the environment around you, the people around you, and you will start being a responsible person, which in turn you will have, as per my understanding, you will have a better understanding on your causal body, and it will increase to a level of supracausal. And then once you attain the freedom with this deepest level of meditations, you will feel that you are relieved from this whole construct that you have made for yourself over a period of lifetimes. So that's why observation plays a major role. And the smallest tool and the simplest tool that you can adopt is to observe your breath and go deep into meditation. That's why Buddha figured it out. After a lot of sadhanas, different sadhanas, he came to a conclusion that by communicating with a tree, he get to know that the tree just observes the breath and grows to a magnanimous tree. So he adapted that technique, and within 6 years he attained enlightenment, and he was able to go to Mahaparinirvana and by setting others free. So this big journey can be experienced by every individual, and without losing your own creativity. You will be able to express yourself and be the best version of yourself, and you can be the example for other people.
It's true, I agree. In conclusion, I would like to add maybe a few words of encouragement. First of all, if I could do it, you can do it. So in day-to-day life, in daily life, meditation helped me a lot. So if as I said already, I was very externalized, external person. I would go for external things a lot. But today I can say that I went so much inside, so much inward, and whatever I was searching outside, I can't compare to what I found inside. Inside I found that vast world which is still unexplored, and till today I feel like I'm just starting to explore, and it's beautiful. It's so rich. It's just magnificent. The inner world is really magnificent. So I'm in constant awe of the unfoldment of what's happening inside. So I would encourage everybody and anybody who is trying to meditate or who wants to get into meditation, but maybe they need some encouraging words. after years of practices and meditations, I find that I became less rageful, less angry. I had a big problem with that, less hateful person. I used to just lose myself in fights and arguments and physical fights, and those things tremendously minimized. Today I'm a different person, much calmer, much happier I would say. And all that I need, I found within that calmness, and I start seeing a lot of beauty in life, in people, and around me, inside of me. So whatever you're seeking, you can find inside. So please look within, observe.
And on this yoga day, we would like to thank everyone for this wonderful opportunity to express our experiences. And thank you so much, and you all have a wonderful yoga day. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste.
All those days watching from the windows, all those years outside looking in, all that time never even knowing just how blind I've been. Now I'm here, blinking in the starlight. Now I'm here, suddenly I see. Standing here, it's all so clear. I'm where I'm meant to be. And at last I see the light. And it's like the fog has lifted. And at last I see the light, and it's like the sky is new, and it's warm and real and bright, and the world has somehow shifted. All at once, everything looks different now that I see you.
Now presenting our next guest, Dena Merriam, an author of multiple books, is a long-time meditation practitioner in the lineage of Kriya Yoga. She came in contact with her guru Paramahansa Yogananda at the age of 20, long after he had left his physical form, and devoted many years to practicing his teachings and studying the texts of the ancient Vedic tradition. During her years of meditation, many vivid memories of past birth began to emerge, These memories became the subject of her books. Having founded the non-profit organization, the Global Peace Initiative of Women in 2002, she has worked to bring spiritual voices to address global challenges. She has spoken in many forums on the need of a shift in consciousness if we are to successfully address ecological decline, economic and gender imbalance, climate instability, violence, and other critical issues. Before writing about her own spiritual experiences, Dena wrote about art and spirituality, published a number of books on contemporary artists, and for some years editing this magazine, Sculpture Review. She received her master's degree from Columbia University, has served on numerous boards, and in 2014 received the Nuvano Peace Prize for her international work. Let's now listen to divine wisdom of Dena Merriam on this great occasion of International Yoga Day.
Namaste. I want to offer a special pranam to Patriji and a warm greeting to all my friends at PSSM. It's a pleasure to speak with you today on the International Day of Yoga. For many people, yoga means asanas. It means physical exercises. And while asanas are important, they're just the beginning, the first step. They prepare the mind and body for meditation. So for me, yoga means meditation, because that is the way we join with our beloved. That is the way we realize our true nature. And so yoga, I'm hoping that on this International Day of Yoga, especially this year, we can deepen our understanding and experience of yoga by focusing instead on meditation rather than just the physical asanas. So as always, I want to read a little bit from the untold story of Sita, because this is where I get my inspiration and teachings. And I want to talk about, read the section where Sita enters a very deep state of meditation. She's still young, in her teens, maybe 15, 16. And she's gone to the forest. She often visits the forest, but most of the time it's to visit with the animals and the trees, and she brings people with her from the palace. But this day she went on her own, and she was gone and nobody knew where she was. Her mother was anxious because the sages were coming for dialogue and for dinner, and often Sita liked to prepare the food and serve the sages. So the day went by, nobody knew where Sita was, nobody could find her. Finally, her attendant says to her mother, I think I know where she may have gone. She may have gone to a special spot where she likes to go to be alone to meditate. So she goes off to find her, and sure enough, she finds her, but she can't bring Sita's in samadhi, a deep state of samadhi, and she can't bring Sita out of that state of absorption in the ultimate reality. And so she doesn't know what to do. So she goes back. Meenakshi, the servant, goes with her and actually trips and hurts her leg. They can't bring her out. So Soma sends Meenakshi to go call Janak to come and help bring her back into the physical world. Janak comes, and all the sages come to try to help bring Sita back to physical reality. So Soma is leading them to where Sita is sitting in deep inner absorption, in deep meditation, union with the beloved. She led them into the forest where Janak Baba and Sage Gargi were meditating by Sita's side. She led all the other sages. Janak was already there. Some of the servants accompanied them, bringing cushions and torches. The 6 sages made a semicircle around Sita and began chanting Vedic invocations. They're doing whatever they can to bring her back into physical reality. They meditated, then discussed their perceptions, followed by more meditation and more discussion. At one point, Janak Baba stopped participating and entered what appeared to be the same state as Sita. He sat there, still as rock, without any movement and seemingly without any breath. And so the night passed. Leaning against a tree, I drifted into a semi-sleep state. This is Meenakshi speaking now, the servant. But as the night wore on, the pain in my foot, she had sprained her ankle badly while she was running to get Janak. The pain in my foot increased until I could no longer find a comfortable position. Soma, the attendant, saw me squirming, and realized that I had hurt myself quite badly. Searching for something to wrap around my foot, she finally tore a part of her shawl and, despite my protestations, bandaged my leg. This eased the pain enough for me to drift off into a shallow sleep. At the first rays of dawn, the chanting began again, mingled with the chatter of the assembly of birds. Together they made a beautiful symphony of sounds. My eyes opened to an almost unearthly scene. The greenery of the forest glittered ever so gently in the early rays of dawn. A soft hue had settled over the forest floor. Many small animals had come close to us in the night to observe this most unusual gathering. It appeared as if we had all awakened to another world, more beautiful even than our earth, if that was possible. My eyes went first to Sita, hoping that she had returned to the world, but she remained locked in the meditation pose. And Janak Baba was still deep in meditation as well. The chanting went on for some time, and when it ceased, the sages began discussing the nature of what they had experienced the night before. One of the sages remarked that he had entered a state he had never previously experienced. Another concurred. It was then that I saw Janak Baba slowly open his eyes. A look of radiant joy painted across his face. He listened quietly as the sages continued to comment on the nature of their experience. Suddenly, I saw a movement. Mata had shifted her position ever so slightly. Everyone seemed to catch this subtle movement of her hands, and the sages fell silent with all eyes turned to her. She didn't stir again for some time, but finally her eyes cracked open. The first one she saw was Janak Baba, and she smiled. Opening her eyes wider, her face exuding love, "Pitaji," she whispered, "you are here." He also hadn't spoken before this moment, but he nodded and said very slowly, "We are all here, Sita. You could not come to us, and so we came to you to share in your ecstasy." Sita looked around and seemed surprised to see us all gathered, not quite grasping what had happened. And so Janak Baba continued, "You came here early yesterday morning and went into deep meditation. Soma could not bring you back, nor could I. So I brought the sages who had come yesterday to this spot where you are." For some time, everyone sat in silence, as if still enjoying their inner experience. And then Mata noticed the basket of fruits and the pitcher of water before her. Asking the sages to excuse her for not serving them the evening meal last night, she slowly rose and gave each one a piece of fruit and some water. Then Janak Baba asked the guards to guide everyone back to the palace for the morning meal. "I will join you shortly," he said. As I rose to leave, I quietly winced in pain. Mata noticed this and asked me to stay behind with Soma, saying that she would apply some medicine. When the others had left, Baba asked very gently, "Where had you gone, my daughter? I could not find you anywhere in the ethers." She replied simply, "To him." "To whom?" he asked. "To the one I will marry. It was he who brought me back." When he uttered the words, "Soon we will be reunited," this body came alive again. Had he not arrived, I would have merged into the great ocean of being. "I will be ever grateful to him for bringing you back to this world," Baba replied with deep emotion. "I was afraid you would disappear into the absolute, and my Sita would be with us no more. I am not yet prepared for that." She smiled. "You know, I would not leave without first asking your permission. You who have called me to this world will be the one to release me." This was the promise Sita made to her father that day in the forest. Janak Baba smiled. "Let us have some food with our guests. You go ahead, Pitaji. I must first attend to Meenakshi's wounded ankle." As he rose to leave, she added with a knowing smile, I see you also dove into that blissful sea. He offered pranam and replied very solemnly, no sage has been able to transmit the experience that I received in your presence last night. If you were not my daughter, I would. Pitiji, say no more, she replied, gazing lovingly at him. What came to you last night was the result of your many years of effort. Janak Baba seemed reluctant to leave, but Mata smiled and said, don't worry, Pitiji. I have given you my word. I will not disappear from here. I will go see to our guests then, but do not stay long. Your mother, I know, is eager to see you. Once he was gone, Mata directed Soma down a nearby path and described in detail the plant that she would find. Then she reached over to unwrap the bandage that Soma had improvised. I instinctively tried to withdraw my leg, but Mata would not let go of it. Please, Mata, it is nothing really. I just need to rest a bit longer. You've been resting all night and look at the swelling. The medicine will help. My ankle was now twice its normal size and the throbbing was relentless. It was difficult to keep the tears from welling up. I am your servant, Mata, please, I murmured quietly, trying again to withdraw my leg. Holding on to my leg, she touched the swollen ankle very gently and said, and I am the servant of the world, Meenakshi. How can I not take care of your wound when I have the means? There are several things that struck me about this passage. One was that Sita, at this young age, came into the full realization of who she was and the full realization of the divine nature of reality. And was able to transmit that experience to her father and to the sages who had gathered, giving them experiences that they had not had before. Janak Baba, who was such a high yogi, was able to reach new heights just through that blessing that Sita had given him by being in her presence while she was in that high state of samadhi. The other thing that struck me about this is that when Sita came back to her physical body, when she became aware of the outer world, the first thing she did was seek to serve the sages by offering them fruits and drink. She was so in tune to what was happening in the moment that she was able to immediately move into her role of serving the sages. And then again, after they had left, she moved into the role of taking care of Meenakshi's wound. This is the divine. The divine is the servant of humanity. The divine is the servant of creation. The divine comes here to serve us. We think of the divine as being so far away, apart from all this, but the divine is present every moment, taking care of our needs, serving us when we need to be taken care of. And this was very moving to me, because you see Sita going to the heights, complete absorption in her blissful divine nature, and then coming back to do the service that she had come to do, serving wherever she's needed to serve. And to me, that everything that I see in Sita's life is meant for us, is meant as a guide for us in our daily life. So we also can attain those heights through meditation practice, through persistent and regular meditation. It doesn't matter if it takes how many lifetimes. As long as we keep at it, we will reach those heights that is described in Sita's absorption in the divine reality. But at the same time, we must be attentive to what needs to be tended to in the reality in which we move, in the physical reality in our earth life. We must gain the ability to do both, to go into that deep absorption and then to come back and serve the world. And on this International Day of Yoga, that is the message that I feel Sita is giving. We have to be able to use all of the many limbs of yoga, studying the Yoga Sutras, practicing our yoga meditation, doing the asanas if they're helpful to you, in order to reach the same heights that Sita describes, that is described in her life. And then to come back and use what we have gained, the joy, the bliss, the wisdom, to serve the world. And so that is the message that I have received from Sita on this International Day of Yoga, and to attend much more to my meditation, because by going deeper in meditation, we will be better able to serve the world. There's a direct link to the extent that we can go deep in meditation. That's how much more powerful our service is to the world, and how much more benefit we can bring to the world. Everyone benefits from our personal meditation. As Sita showed, everyone around her benefited by her going into that deep state. The sages, Janak Baba, even the servant benefited. And so the same is true for us. Those around us will benefit from our meditation. The best way we can serve the world is to go deeper and deeper into our meditation experience. So with those words, I hope all of you have a wonderful International Day of Yoga. I hope that we are all able to receive the blessings of the great ones and go deeper in our meditation. And thank you so much for inviting me to share this day with you.
I don't look like her. She's in all the magazines, so much prettier than me. You don't know it hurts, staring at my iPhone screen, watching others live their dream. But Mama, she said to me, one day, my love, you'll see that pretty's on the inside. See it in your own eyes. Look a little closer in the mirror tonight. Pretty's on the inside, but I can't tell my own mind. Maybe if I look a little harder, I'll find the pretty's on the inside. Pretty's on the inside. Pretty's on the inside. I don't like myself, but maybe it's all in my head, and I am not the words I've said. These images, they sell, but maybe none of it is real, and I could love the way I feel, 'cause Mama, she said to me, one day I swear you'll see that pretty's on the inside. See it in your own eyes. Look a little closer in the mirror tonight. That pretty's on the inside, but I can't tell my own mind. Maybe if I look a little harder, I'll find that pretty's on the inside. Pretty's on the inside. Pretty's on the inside. Pretty's on the inside. To overcome low self-esteem and to acknowledge your worth and uniqueness, we need to come out of conditioning and limited beliefs. Meditation is the method to do just the trick and help you to let your inner beauty shine. Let's all have a great International Yoga Day. Thank you.
Now let's welcome Veda Vyas. Veda Vyas wears multiple hats as a mentor, motivational speaker, scientist, philosopher and life coach. Zest in Life is an offering from Veda Vyas, who is also a business coach and a life healer. His keen focus on spirituality, healing, Eastern religions and philosophy has led him to experience the richness of life from a unique perspective. His career started as a nuclear scientist with Bhabha Atomic Research Center in Mumbai after graduating in mechanical engineering. He holds a master's degree in philosophy. While working at BARC, he used to organize Brahma Kumari's daily meditation classes for scientists. Long association with the Brahma Kumaris made him an expert to organize training programs, campaigns and workshops all over India for scientists, engineers and managers. His wide exposure to other spiritual practices such as Isha Yoga, Vipassana and Reiki helped him enrich the depth of spiritual growth. This helped him to develop unique, powerful coaching and healing techniques which he applies in his life coaching program. He believes that spirituality should address the problems of day-to-day life, else it will remain a pleasant and memorable experience and will slowly fade away. This belief led him to transition from spiritual training to life coaching. As a business coach, he has conducted training courses to empower scientists, engineers and other intellectuals in realizing their perspective, potential and vision in life. Well, as a life coach and healer, he creates innovative methods for individuals, couples and families to achieve emotional wellness. Let's now listen to the wisdom of Veda Vyas on the auspicious occasion of International Yoga Day 2021.
Namaste. I am Veda Vyas, a life coach who has been a nuclear scientist, a meditation teacher and a number of other things before learning life coaching and becoming a professional life coach. So I help people work with their karmic energies, work with their meditation process to align so that it works for their life and help them address the challenges that are most difficult and that direction which they really want to improve. So today on International Yoga Day, the yoga, the word itself, meaning it's a connection. The connection of self with self or self with God or self with the universe or the nature around. Whatever way we are connecting in a specific disciplined way is called yoga. And it helps because we are connecting with those energies and communing with them and healing ourselves and recharging ourselves. So having this background, today I am going to speak about inner wisdom. In spirituality, you might have heard that we all have wisdom. We all have all the knowledge and wisdom inside us, which is covered with a number of other sanskaras. How to get to this inner wisdom is today's topic. And what is preventing us from getting there? If we are all like God, if we are all like we know everything, then why do we act as if we don't know? Where did wisdom go? Why are we forgetting everything? So that is the core question I had long back and I've been working on it. Today I'm going to take you through the process of what we called, what does a guru do? Basically is, guru doesn't teach his disciple what is right. He actually helps disciple reflecting the personality of disciple to show him or her what is wrong. You might be surprised. The real guru, even in Bhagavad Gita it says, is the one who speaks about what is wrong rather than what is right. Why is that? It's because we know what is right. We don't need to be told what is right. If someone tells us how to do certain things, most of the time we get a reaction of rebellion. Instead of accepting that, we reject it, right? So, but instead if they show us where we are wrong and why we are wrong, there is 50% chance that we may accept. Because if we are humble enough, we want to grow. If we are not humble, then nothing was going to change anyway. But let us see the fundamentals of this, me being a nuclear scientist and spiritualist and a life coach, I try to explain things in the form of thought experiments. So we'll do a simple thought experiment to understand how this ignorance comes about and we forget the wisdom, and how to unlock this wisdom again. And then we'll go into the next concept of karmic memories. Okay, so we'll do a simple experiment. We all know that there are street dogs, right? So how do we react to a street dog? Most of us react as if it doesn't matter. Unless we are really scared of dogs or we really love dogs, 70 to 80% of people, they don't care. But there will be 10% who really love dogs, they want to interact with them, even if it is a stray dog. And there are 10% of the people who really are afraid of dogs, so they will maintain a lot of distance from the dogs. But I'm talking about the 70% of people for whom this thought experiment is designed for. So let's get into the experiment and see how and what happens here. So there was an elderly man. He had some health problem. He went to doctor. Doctor did all the tests and finally told him, I'll give you medicines to relieve your symptoms, but the problem is not the medicines or you don't have any disease. It's more about inactivity. So you need to go for a walk or do some physical exercise. So this man was wise enough. He took the doctor's advice and he used to go for a walking every day. So one day he was going for a walk and there was a street dog moving around. He didn't care like most of the people and he was walking. He knew that there was a dog, but he didn't really observe. His attention was not on it. His attention was elsewhere. He was thinking something, seeing something else. So the dog ran away. It was okay. And after a few moments, suddenly he heard painful screams. What did he hear? Painful screams. When he heard the painful screams, what did he see? That there is an old man walking with a stick and this dog bit that old man and he was screaming with pain. Before he could do anything, people near that old man scared the dog away and took him to the hospital. He only witnessed. So what did he witness? Just for a few moments, he saw an old man in pain because he was bitten by a dog. That's all. And he continued his walking and went back home. Maybe a few weeks later, he was again walking in a different direction where it was not so crowded. He was enjoying the peace. And sometimes we feel like someone is behind us, right? When we are walking and we feel some attention behind us. So he also felt that way. And he turned around. And what did he see? There was a stray dog, which was walking behind him, following him. Dogs too follow people, right? Sometimes. Yeah. Now when he saw the stray dog, what is his reaction? What is the first thought that will come into his mind? I know because I have done this thought experiment with a lot of people, thousands of people. And about 70 to 80% of the people give these answers, one or two. Either he will be scared or he will hit the dog because he feels threatened. The dog might bite him, right? There will be some people who really love dogs who will never think of that dog will bite them. And some people who are really scared, they will automatically come to this answer. But general people who never thought about dogs also give this answer that there is a fight or flight response. Either he will fight with the dog by hitting it with a stone, or he'll start running away if he is scared, or he'll create a distance somehow. So this feeling of threat, which was not there a second before, has appeared now. When this appears, what happens to the dog? How will dog react to this person reacting in this particular way? Till now, was dog going to attack him? No. Because it was a peaceful dog, it was walking on its own. If it was an attacking dog, it would have already attacked him before he turned around. It was a peaceful dog walking in on its own way and enjoying this person's company. And now he feels threatened. He either runs away or he attacks. So that threat, that fear is carried to the dog. Dogs are very sensitive and they also react. So when a person reacts with fear to a dog, dog senses that and feels it as a threat and it will start to attack. Now, what was the fear about? The dog might bite me. Where did this fear come from? Because there was a memory. What was the memory? That the old man was bitten by the dog. What is the context? Why did the dog bite him? Don't know. Why did the dog bite the old man? No idea. It doesn't matter. Only thing that matters is that there was a pain in that memory, that fear. And that fear got carried here. And now suddenly that fear is impacting the present decision, creating a feeling of threat in both him and the dog, which was not there in the first place. And it's creating a conflict. When the dog attacks, then the fear becomes real. Until now, fear was only a possibility. Because he had a fight or flight response, the dog also has similar response and it might attack. And when it attacks, dog bites, so the fear gets reinforced. So the fear of dogs gets developed this way. There could be a number of other reactions. If a dog is following me peacefully, if I don't have that memory of fear, I might even play with the dog, right? It's a possibility. I might feed the dog. But just because I have that memory and suddenly fear that threat, I instinctually react and actually make that threat real. I manifest my fears. And fears are very potent things, like the law of secret speaks about positive manifestation. But far more naturally, negative manifestations happen this way. Now, how is it related to wisdom? Very simple. Wisdom is knowing what to do in that situation. We could make friends with the dog, or we could simply ignore the dog. Wisdom would accept either of the solutions. But because of that fear that we are carrying, the wisdom was forgotten. And suddenly the impression of threat was created, and it was that fear got manifested in the situation. So this is how we forget that wisdom of being peaceful. And suddenly we become fighters or flighters or people who run away, right? When these sort of things happen again and again and again and again, this fear energy keeps building inside us. It becomes so much that there is a time when our consciousness is not able to bear that fear, it can't carry it. So what it will do is, it will make us forget that we have this fear. So there is a wall, there is a boundary. So though this fear is there, we instinctually avoid dogs and not accept that I am afraid of dog. Have you seen such people? I don't mind dogs, but please don't bring your dog near me, right? So this is how ignorance has been developed. Ignorance is nothing but fear. So how do we address this fear? Simply we have to reverse the process. What is the process of reversing? We have to find where this fear of dog get created. How did it get created? For each person, for each peer, there is a story behind it. And people don't open up and speak about that story because that story is painful. Here in this case, the pain was small and effect was also small. But imagine that pain being built up, and sometimes the situations are so difficult that pain is too much. So they don't like to speak about that pain. We avoid pain. We learn to avoid pain instead of accepting pain. So only way to actually address this issue and overcome that fear is being brave enough to face that pain in a safe situation. That's what we do as a life coach. I identify what is that pain that this person is running away from. What is that ignorance that they are holding on, because of which a lot of their potential is being sucked up, a lot of their energy is being sucked up. Like if some person has fear of failure, then what happens? The person is always afraid of doing things because they might fail, and failing is too painful. Now how do I get this person to do something? First I have to go find out, make him feel safe, and make him accept me, trust me, and create a safe situation where he or she is ready to address that fear. Then we have to go back to the stories or the memories where this fear got accumulated, and then heal those memories. Sometimes just by being aware of a memory that this is getting created from this point of time, a shift happens, and suddenly they become wise that, oh, this was not at all required. I'm just carrying carrying an impression that is not necessary for now. So energy was not too much. So just becoming aware creates that shift. And the shift is from ignorance to wisdom. And suddenly that fear is gone. But sometimes the energy is too much, or number of events, number of memories are many, and it is spread into number of aspects of our life. Then all these memories and all these things needs to be addressed. And this is called karma. This energy that we are holding, this pain, this fears that we are accumulating over a period of time, from childhood, from past lives. So these memories carry those karmic energy that is nothing but the emotions associated with them. And these emotions are in our subconscious and they become our triggers. Like fear of dogs is a trigger. Fear of anything is a trigger. So there are different ways this manifests. How do we identify that do I have a fear or not? That's a funny thing. Most of the time we don't know we are afraid of things. We are always afraid of things, but we don't know that. So how do we identify that? Just check in the last 1 week or last 1 month, what is draining me most? What do you understand what draining is? When you interact with certain person or certain situation, it becomes very difficult for us to address that situation. It's become challenging. What was the biggest challenge and how much it drained me? And this draining is because we are trying to avoid all that pain all the time. It's a very difficult process to hold on to our triggers and pains. It continuously drains our energy. It sucks away our potential. So if you have a person in your life, close relationship, who is codependent, this is a word we use technically. Codependency is a person who has fear that feeds our fear and we feed their fear. For example, I know a husband and wife. Wife is all about social status. She has fear of losing social status or social control in the situation. And husband has a fear of not being able to please close relationships. Now, what is the codependency here? Because he is afraid of disappointing people, he tries to please his wife at any cost. And wife, because she is afraid of losing her power and control in the social situations, she has to maintain that. She puts down her husband and whenever required, so that she feeds his fear of disappointing, because she is manifesting his fear. So what happens is lifelong they develop this relationship of codependency where husband wants to please his wife and it's impossible to please the wife because she has to maintain that control. The moment if she accepts that he has pleased her, then she feels that she is losing control. And he definitely, because only when husband knows that he has disappointed someone will he listen to her. Otherwise, if he feels that she is happy with him, then he will have space to actually do whatever he likes. So the control is gone. So this is sort of codependency. These codependent relationships are very damaging to us, and they happen. You can see people in their lives and they are very codependent. Sometimes it is mother and son, sometimes it is daughter and father, or mother and daughter, or father and son, or sometimes it is siblings, sometimes it is simply husband and wife. They become codependent and those relationships become very damaging to them. So to address these things, we have to go through those memories of those relationships and address those fears. And once the fears are cleared, then the person becomes free from it. And then there is a shift that happens. And when the shift happens, suddenly they are able to feel free. Suddenly they are not irritated. Suddenly there is nothing draining them. And this is the point of wisdom, because now they are able to see things as they are instead of with fear. So basically ignorance is that fear, that energy that we are carrying and building up in our life. And wisdom is looking at things without fear, without that burden, without that trigger. So now that we understand where these problems are coming from, that we are building fears inside us, They are there in our subconscious, sometimes they are there in our conscious too. So how do I address these things? How do I work with these fears and how do I accept things? First thing that we need to do is check, actually accept that there is a problem. So how do we know? Is there a problem at all? Am I carrying fears at all? Sometimes it is very clear that yes, I went to this person and they rejected me and they scolded me. So I'm having those memories, and the next time I go there, I'm holding on that opinion and going into that and actually manifesting the same fear. So is it true? So how do I work with that? Simple. If it is a simple, this life and maybe a continuing relation which is a not so intense relationship and it's not really a helpless situation, then simply ask yourself that pain or that conflict or disappointment, or in what way that got manifested in your life. What was the emotion in that memory when that person scolded you or when the person rejected you? What is that emotion? And in that emotion, ask yourself, what did I feel like I'm being? When someone rejects me, am I feeling lonely? There will be so many different ways a person interprets this. So it is very personal that you have to figure out what is it for you. When the person scolded me or insulted me, what was my judgment about myself? What kind of person am I if people are doing this to me? When you identify that, you know exactly why. It's not easy, but you have to identify this. Or at least that energy, how you are feeling exactly. Then find out exactly opposite energy of this. What do you mean by opposite energy? Like for example, if someone is scolding me, I feel that I am weak. I am weak, so people scold me. That is the opinion some people hold. So in that case, what is the opposite of weakness? Is a strength. So we are lacking strength energy in that particular situation, in that particular relationship, in that particular aspect. So we need to fill the strength. How do you fill the strength? So who represents strength to you? For example, some person may be like, there are different gods, and some person may say Hanuman is very strong. Good. So if you feel that Hanuman is very strong, then feel the strength of Hanuman and flowing it into you. Connect with that strength and fill it in that memory. And when you fill that, many people have questioned saying that, does this work? I said, it's all about energy. It's not really about thoughts and emotions, it's about energy. So if you fill in the right energy, suddenly it balances out. The karma is balanced, that's all. The karma here, the fear of being weak, is overcome by energy of strength. We have to fill that strength. And we have to find what is my easiest connections to strength and start filling it. And it works wonders. Many people get easily resolved by just filling that strength. Identifying that correct strength or correct energy that needs to be filled is a challenge sometimes, but once that is identified, it works like wonder. And suddenly that memory is not scary anymore. We don't feel insulted. And suddenly we understand that the other person who is scolding is not scolding because of me, because it's because they are in that mood. And we suddenly have that shift. And that shift is wisdom. Then we are able to see things for what they are. Instead of taking them personally, now we are able to be situationally aware. That is wisdom. Right? So, in a simple way, identifying what energy I am lacking and supplying myself with that energy is the meditation in that context that will solve your problem. For some people, it's simply awareness that Hanuman is there with me is enough to solve this. For some people, there is a lot of karmic energy associated with this in many relationships and in a very, very intense way from many lives. When there is so much karmic energy, it takes a lot of sadhana and a lot of guidance. So depending upon the intensity, quantity of karmic energy that we are holding, the amount of sadhana we have to do is different. For some people, just by making them aware, the shift happens. For some people, they have to practice a little meditation. For some people, we need to do a specific process of healing, where by themselves they are not able to do, then we do that for them. We guide them through the process. So, at the core, this is very simple. Going into that karmic memories that are holding that energy and clearing off that energy by replacing them with positive energy and creating that shift from fear to wisdom, from fear to self-love, from fear to freedom. This is a process of working out our karmic energy. We may spend money on business, on family and everything. We may spend time, energy, everything in other things, but they won't come with you. But whatever time, energy and money you spend on this aspect of clearing your karmas and creating this wisdom is what is going to be the success of this life and will get carried to your next life as well. So this is the purpose of our life, is getting to that wisdom, overcoming the ignorance of fears, identifying what fears we have, removing them, becoming free so that we can achieve something greater. Until then, we are bogged down and drained by our own fears, or karmic energy, or the memories, or what we call triggers. Right? So if we really want to be free of all these things, energy, we need to work on this and practice meditation to address these things specifically. So this is how we unlock wisdom from karmic energy or our fears. That shift is required. So to wrap up the summary of what we have spoken till now, in the basic sense, our fears, smaller or greater, get created because of we are feeding fears and we are manifesting our fears, and they keep on feeding in different relationships, and sometimes they become so codependent and damaging also. So this is called karmic memories or karmic energy that we need to address. We were born in this world to address these energies and create that shift and learn our way of seeing things through wisdom rather than through karmic energy. So what is this karmic energy in simple form? Is memories having negative emotions and fears and negative judgments about ourselves, that I am weak, I am not capable, I am helpless, all these things. Or simply I am scared, I am lonely. All these judgments are lack energies, that I don't have strength, I don't have ability to connect with people. So meditation is a process, in the process where we identify which fear, which lack we are having, and where can I get that energy from, which deity or which relationship or even which cartoon character is also fine, but the connection and belief is important. For some people it's gods, for some people it's nature. Like some people might believe that a tree is strength, or maybe a mountain means strength. That's fine. Just commune with that mountain and take that strength. That's what you need at that point of time. That's how we counter karmic energy. So this communion, this process of gaining that energy, focusing our breath work on that particular energy that we need at that particular point in that particular karma, which either happens naturally or with conscious awareness, is called meditation, or it's called the healing process. Sometimes it is done very methodically to give much better results under proper guidance to create right kind of environment and powerful state of minds to address those things. And sometimes it happens through our own natural sadhana, whatever kind of meditation you are practicing, be aware that this process of addressing your karmas is happening in some way. And if you are aware of it, then you won't get disturbed. Like for example, if you are simply practicing Anapana, and at that time certainly you remember that something you have not done, and it is related to the fear of rejection. If I don't do this, a person might reject me. Instead of rejecting the whole process, saying this is disturbance in my meditation, know that it's the karma that is getting cleared, because now you have built enough energy to address that aspect. So accept that pain, instead of accept that everything that's happening without getting involved in it. That don't get up and do such things. At that, in the process of meditation, you have to sit in the meditation. But be detached with those memories that you are experiencing, those thoughts you are experiencing at that point of time. And let the energy that you have built up flow into those memories and resolve them and heal them. So just by being aware and not getting involved in them, we are actually healing them sometimes. Sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's easy. But just by being aware of this and being aware of what particular energy I need for that would really help and increase the speed of the process. Like if I'm feeling weakness in that memory, then I need strength, and I actually find a source of strength and connect myself in the meditation. Then it happens much more faster. But that sometimes it requires expert guidance. Sometimes we can do it by ourselves. So whatever sadhana you are doing, whatever kind of meditation, just know that this karma is being addressed during your meditation. That is why there are disturbing thoughts that are happening in your meditation. They are not disturbances. They are your karma coming up to get healed, because you are generating energy. And that's what is supposed to happen. That is not a disturbance. That is the healing. You have to stick to developing that energy and let the healing happen instead of getting distracted by it or getting carried away by it. Sometimes you might get carried away because your energy, you don't have ability to maintain that sthita prajna state. Then no matter what happens, I will be doing what I want. I will be doing my meditation. Yes, it takes time and practice to get there. But for even that to happen, you need to address all these triggers that are happening naturally. So being aware and accepting that it's okay for these thoughts to come and go, let them get addressed, it's okay. Just acceptance in meditation itself is healing. Don't just reject, saying that this is not the right time to think these things. There is no right or wrong in thoughts that come. They come naturally. You can't control them. So in essence, our fears are getting healed when we are practicing meditation. Our karma is getting addressed. Be aware of this, accept it, and slowly it will become better. It might take a while, a long time, but it's fine. You are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Ali Al-Qadi, a Native American flute player, is gifted with a natural talent. His style ranges from meditative to ceremonial, first inspired by its enchanting sound in 2014. He says it connects him to spirit and roots him to earth. In 2015, he bought his first flute and began self-meditation, and soon after, he began to facilitate and guide group meditations in Egypt, where he delights meditators to ride the flow of his flute tunes and go inward on deep journeys. His playing is based on intuition and moment-to-moment improvisation, which results in organic, natural flow suitable for meditation journeys. Now we have one more guest here, Dr. Manish Mokshagundam, lovingly known as Gurunatha by his disciples, is an altruistic, humanitarian and spiritual master. Gurunatha is an explorer of existence, having jumped the ego into eternal consciousness. He now facilitates individual, group and corporate transformation into the next stage of evolution. He has simplified the profound and unknown into effective programs for wellness, success, liberation and fulfillment. Gurunatha is primarily an altruistic humanitarian, constantly serving selflessly to usher in well-being and enlightenment around the world. Secondly, he integrates the material as well as spiritual at the core of his teachings to turn his disciples into complete persons, healthy, tranquil and happy. Thirdly, he is an Indologist working tirelessly to promote the ancient and timeless Indian wisdom in light of modern understanding as an invaluable instrument in man's successful survival on this planet. Gurunatha has simultaneously worked in the spheres of spirituality, mysticism, media and Indology for past 22 years. His works on Indology, Sanskrit, culture and philosophy have been showcased in more than 15 countries. He has authored several best-selling books and monographs and written hundreds of articles and columns in various newspapers and magazines. He has also made 4 feature films. He has hosted more than 500 episodes of #1 TV news analysis program in Kannada News and Views. He is the founder of Mind and Health Activities Academy and co-founder of the unique Moksha Yoga with blessings of his gurus. He imparts involution, the next step of evolution, yoga, liberation, enlightenment, mindfulness and mumukshitva programs to all humanity. He promotes an electric blend of yoga, kriya and tantra that encompasses all the mystical wisdom of the ancient world synced with modern science. Let's now listen to Dr. Manish Mokshagundam on this auspicious occasion of International Yoga Day.
Namaste, this is Gurunatha Dr. Manish Mokshagundam. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Pyramid Valley Meditation Center and Patriji for having organized such a beautiful event on the International Yoga Day. I would like to bring to your notice the system or the idea, the worldview of the East as far as leadership is concerned. In the West, most of the leadership is what we call as transactional, where the leader has a set of followers and is in a transactional kind of a relationship with them. However, the Indian, the yogic, the tantric, the Eastern worldview of leadership is diametrically opposite to what we see and learn around in the 21st century. It's transformational in nature. The idea of a leader defining his leadership based on the number of followers is immature. A leader is a leader. People follow this leader because of the qualities he possesses, the behavior he exhibits, the decisions he takes, and so forth. We'll look into it in detail. Primarily, the Eastern idea, the Indian, the yogic, the tantric, the Vedic idea of leadership culminates in what we call as Raja Rishitva. I would like to explain a bit about Rishitvam itself before we go deeper into what Raja Rishitvam is. A Rishi is a person who can see, drashtara as it's called in Sanskrit. See what? We can all see, isn't it? But we see through our eyes which are flowing out and bringing in objects from the outside world. It's an objective view that we have from these two physical eyes. A rishi, on the other hand, has an internal vision, the third eye, if you want to call it that. The Jnana Chakshu, which allows him to look inside himself where love, truth, even God resides, according to the Bharata Tattva, the ancient wisdom of the Indians. A Raja Rishi is a Rishi, a person, an enlightened being who can not only look inside but has so much compassion in him that he is able to balance it out with the external world. So he actually has a tougher task than a Rishi, because a Rishi is interested in his own personal, individual liberation. But Raja Rishi is working at a higher level, is working with more energy, more power, more compassion to bring more lay people into the fold of enlightenment or spiritual growth. He's working with actions leading to certain results. At the same time, he has a deep inner vision. He's working inside out, if you want to call it. Dharmic leadership is basically applied dharma in the field of leadership. We will look at what qualities are needed for a Raja Rishi to be one. Chanakya, Kautilya, in his Arthashastra, very clearly mentions 5 important qualities required. Atma Jnanam Samarambham Titiksha Dharma Nityata. These are the 4 important qualities that Chanakya mentions. The 5th one, Yama Arthena Na Pakshyanti Sahavai Raja Rishi Uchyate. I will explain these words in Sanskrit. They mean something very deep and real when it comes to leadership. Atma Jnani. Atma Jnani means an enlightened person. A person who knows the Atma, the Jnana, the knowing of the self. A self-aware person can only be a Raja Rishi. A Raja Rishi needs, as his first quality, enlightenment, understanding of the self itself. And for that we have so many different varieties of tools to go within, to know yourself, to get enlightened. In fact, our tradition prescribes 112 different meditative techniques in the Vijnana Bhairava. Some suited for a particular type of person. So a guru understands exactly what kind of technique is required for an individual's growth and enlightenment. We here at Maha Academy first make our disciples go through an elaborate process to find out what they are made of and where they stand on the path of spiritual growth. Without spiritual growth, without understanding and getting deep within yourself, one cannot become a Raja Rishi, a good leader. Of course, Atma Jnana was beautifully applied by the great Mahatma Gandhi. Let me give you a small reference as to how the Atma Jnana worked. You know, it is said that one day he sat in meditation trying to find the best possible way of bringing down or at least causing the maximum damage to the British Empire without violence, without bloodshed. You must understand that he went deep inside and found the answer at his center, which is also the center of everyone and everything. So he sat, and what came out was, let me make salt. We have all heard of the salt satyagraha. Let me break down the Raja Rishitvam, or the enlightened applied dharmic principles there. The information that Gandhi had was the British are enslaving us, looting, taking away our resources, and to do this, they had attacked us mentally. They had captured our very essence with the fact that a wrongful idea that somehow the Indians were inferior and the white-skinned British was superior. Deep within, he said, the first thing that is required to be done is to empower people and to show that the Goliath of the British Empire can be brought down by a tiny David. He said, chalo, let's make salt. Salt which was being taxed. Salt which could be manufactured anywhere in India. Salt which was the most important ingredient in the Indian kitchen. Gandhi said, I will not let you tax me. People joined the salt satyagraha. They made salt with their own hands. They got arrested. Doesn't matter. But what he showed was, when we bring in an internal willpower, the Atma Shakti, the Atma Sakshi, when it comes inside out, no British Empire, no power on earth can stop you. With a pinch of salt, real applied thumb. Samaramba, the second quality, Samaramba. Let's call it alert productiveness, because you see in a lot of Zen stories, in the meditation-based culture and religion, for example, Tibet, where 1/3 of the entire country are monks, they're not producing in the worldly manner. In fact, when the Chinese annexed Tibet, they just walked into it. They didn't even have a standing functional army. Meditation alone and enlightenment alone is not enough to be a Rajarishi. It might lead you towards liberation. It's not going to make you a leader of men. To be leader of men, one needs this quality of samana, alert productiveness. The third point, titiksha. We like to call this as endurance. Titiksha is the ability to take extreme pressure, to take extreme pain physically, mentally, emotionally. Can you be a leader of men if you break down? We see these days that almost every leader is shedding tears on TV. I don't know if that's real or they're just playing us for a fool. But anyways, here in the Raja Rishi context, endurance of, see, when I was in the army, I used to talk, and I remember a discussion that I had with my CEO. I said, this is Officers Training Academy, but sir, I feel like you're training orderlies. Is this Orderly Training Academy? And I can never forget what he told me. He said, remember, you and your NCOs and JCOs will run 40 kilometers to fulfill a mission. But he laid down his bags, our bags used to weigh 25-30 kilograms. And you run 40 kilometers in a day, and in the morning you got to mount an offensive. But he'll lay down and he'll go to sleep. But you, my friend, as the officer, as the leader, you have to plan the next day's offensive. Which means your endurance must be higher than that of the non-commissioned officers and the junior commissioned officers and the Jawans. Officers' training is more tougher than orderly training. In fact, OTA Chennai is considered to be the toughest military academy in the world. Dharma Nityatva, the fourth quality. A person who is living Dharma. Dharma is not religion. It's very difficult to explain Dharma in English. Let me try for a bit. Timeless, universal truths. The easiest example everybody can understand is gravity as a physical law. Whether you're a Hindu, a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew, a Farsi, or a Sikh, or a man, or a woman, or an elephant, or a rat, gravity works equally on you. There is no difference. It doesn't treat you differently because you belong to a certain country or a certain race. Nothing. Gravity is gravity. Dharma is something like that, but applied to every single iota of this universe. Whether it is transactional, whether it is an individual, whether it is between two families, two societies, states, countries, nations, physical objects like planets or stars or moons, doesn't matter. A person who has understood and has drunk the elixir of Dharma. Dharma Nityatva. It has become Nitya, it has become ingrained, it has become his nature to be dharmic. Yamartha na apakarshanti savai rajarshihi. Artha na apakarshanti. A person who is not overwhelmed, who is not attracted to the artha, not just the money, but the value of others. Somebody who says, who lives in contentment, who would not look at being a leader because he's powerless, but he's a leader because he's empowered. Just look around you. How many leaders can be leaders without the position that they occupy? This is not about position. This is not about power. This is not about some signing capacity that you have like a guested officer. The Raja Rishitvam is the flowering of the soul, where you not only have worked towards your own individual enlightenment leading towards liberation. It's not just individual liberation, but it is also about social growth. Gautama the Buddha recommends that each Buddha must stop and wait. If you look at the Bodhisattvas, wait for the rest of the mankind to get liberated. Isn't that real compassion? The idea of Rajarishi was lost in India due to various reasons: the Islamic invasion, the advent of the Western scientific thought, which kind of said that, Indian thought is not as good. But here, we offer leaders, whether political or social or corporate or academicians who want to excel in their field, to join us on an inner journey and lead themselves first. Let me just give you a parting gift. Unlike the Semitic worldview, where you have to follow a prophet, you have to follow a book, you have to follow some tenets and gospels. By birth, dharma is to be led. In Sanskrit, it is called dharma palana. Just like you do palana of your baby, of your child. That means making it grow dharma. Dharma has to be led, cannot be followed. I can go on and tell you many more things which are different when it comes to the idea of Rajarishitvam, the leadership in the Indian worldview, and the leadership in the Western worldview that you're all exposed to already. But let me wind up by saying the fundamental differences, transactional versus transformational. A Raja Rishi is a person who will bring transformation not just in himself, but everything that he touches. His people, his workplace, his social order, everything. It's transformational. It's not transactional. The next important difference is inner work vis-a-vis working towards some predetermined goals. If you look at the Western idea of leadership, it's all about achieving predetermined goals. But here, the focus, the importance is on inner work. Understanding yourself and expressing the reason for your being here. And obviously, like I said, the most important thing, you don't need followers to be a Rajarishi. You just have to be a leader. I hope these few words have inspired you to look further into the idea of dharmic leadership, or maybe some of you have got inspired to become Rajarishis yourself. If that has been made possible, I am extremely grateful to my Guru and to Shiva for having made you reach this video. Prayer that all of you watching this may become Rajarishis and apply the dharmic leadership system in your lives.
सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् भवात् भवेत्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। Happy International Yoga Day.
Our next guest is Dr. B. Shivaramappa, a new age spiritual master with a PhD in meditation science. He is a superannuated Chief Accounts Officer from BSNL. He has been in close association with Dr. Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji for the last 20 years to spread meditation. He is an international meditation and spiritual science coach, designed and conducted various meditation courses. He has, to his credit, thousands of classes, discourses in India and overseas. He was awarded the title Best Researcher in Yogic Sciences by RULA USA, also the title Brahmarshi for his services in spiritual sciences by PSSM. He has compiled scripted spiritual science textbooks for schools and colleges separately from standard 6 to 12 and degree classes for the benefit of student community. Around 150 schools have adopted these books. Karnataka Education Department also approved these textbooks for their school libraries. This academy's work was given an award by Confederation of Education Excellence, that's ECON, New Delhi, for contribution to value education. He is currently Vice Chairman for Pyramid Spiritual Science Academy, Bengaluru. This academy is an ISO 9001-2008 certified one. This academy has an affiliation with Bengaluru University in Yoga Studies and MOU with Vedic Wellness University, Florida, University of Technology, Jaipur, along with a MOU with Digital Wellness University, South Korea. Now let's hear him.
Namaste to all of you. My dear masters, I am very happy to be with you this day particularly. Today is the International Yoga Day, which is very significant and holy for all of us. Masters, the yoga lore has been expanded to the nook and corner of the globe. Today yoga is known to the entire world, and this day we need to thank the masters who are responsible for this huge development. And this day, let us recapitulate, refresh ourselves about essentials of yoga and yoga lore. Masters, yoga today is known to the society to be the yogasanas. Wonderful. Many sections of the society are taking to yogic practices, yogasanas, and they are reaping benefits. It's a matter of pleasure and pride for us. The physical fitness of the society is ensured by this. And at the same time, now let us have a glance on the other essential parts of the yoga. My dear masters, yoga is not only for the physical health, it is for the holistic health. It is for the entire lifestyle. Yoga is a very comprehensive word. A great psychologist by name Patanjali, our ancient masters, he has wonderfully defined the yoga to be chitta vritti nirodha. My dear masters, in my view, he must be a great psychologist. He understood the miseries and sorrows experienced by the mankind. Every one of us is saddled with a lot of inconsistency in our mind, unstable mind, doldrums. The mind is in doldrums. We are unable to cope up with the events we are encountering. And what is the cause? Because our mind is not healthy. It is not strong. It is not helping us sufficiently in giving solutions. It must have a very great capacity of thinking. Thinking capacity we must have in order to solve our issues in our daily life. This he understood. That is the reason he defined to be as he has defined the yoga to be Chitta Vritti Nirodha. A wonderful truth he has investigated and found for whole the globe. We are all benefited by this huge wisdom. Chitta Vritti Nirodha is the yoga, in fact, he said. That is, mind modifications we have to stop. The continuous, uninterrupted thinking, we should stop. We should, in a way, give rest to the mind. Then only it will become a sort of helping friend to us. We should take care of our mind. We should be friendly with our mind so that the mind will be in a position to give its nobility to us, its creativity to us. In order to gain these qualities, yoga, according to Patanjali, in his great work, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, is silencing the mind, is cleansing the mind from Hercules process of thinking. So, my dear masters, he also gave some sort of a enlightening information as to what happens when our mind is free from thoughts. And he gave answer in the same booklet, Patanjali Yoga Sutras. And he went on to say that whenever a man makes his mind free from thoughts, then what happens? The whole energy system from him inside, which is activating the mind and physical body, is going to take over the mind and is going to fill up in the mind the empty space created by free thoughts. So this shows that the spiritual energy will be filled up in the mind. And this individual with the spiritual energy, he will be more active in his performances. Understandably, the spirit and spiritual energies. What are the attributes of spiritual energies? Again, so one of the greatest scholars of southern India, by name Shankaracharya, he defined what is spiritual energy, what is the spirit. He defined that the attributes of the spiritual energies, that the spirit in everybody are Satyam, Gnanam, Anantam in Sanskrit. Satyam means truthfulness, Gnanam is the wisdom, and Anantam is infinitehood of the being, of the person. That shows that the spirit is nothing but speaking truth and speaking wisely and performing the greatest of the greatest. Unlimitedness, infinitehood, omnipotential. So, my dear masters, these attributes of the three, triad, all the three will be taken over by the mind, and the mind enjoys the highest wisdom, the highest thinking capacity. The more thinking capacity, the more creativity will be seen. So, the more creativity, the individual will be shining, and he will be equipped with more creativity, highest wisdom, and the excellence in his performances. So, with this, gentlemen, all the people of the earth planet, they can excel in their lifestyle and take the benefit of this wisdom and become free from all sorts of issues and sorrows and worries that we are facing day to day. And one more aspect which is striking to my mind is, by this definition, Patanjali has incorporated spirituality into the physicality, that is in the mind. That is, spirit he has aligned with the mind. Our mind is aligned with the spirit. We have to understand the spirit. Spirit is called Atma. That's what Satyam, Gnanam, Anantam. Today, the worldwide it is known. Atma, the word is everybody, in the knowledge of everyone, like karma. Certain Sanskrit words are known to everyone of the globe. So, similarly, the spirituality has been aligned with the spirituality. In fact, physicality is an extrapolation of spiritual science. The same thing has been supported by the latest and modern physical scientist by name Albert Einstein. My dear masters, Einstein has come out with a very, very wonderful and a very, very truthful statement that E is equal to mc square. Every one of you know all these things, but still we are just recapitulating ourselves, Again and again we have to bring to our refreshing, so that we can be more implementing that in our daily life. My dear masters, E is equal to mc square. E is equal to energy. And he accepted that he was more spiritual. Albert Einstein gave a statement. It is not our statement. His own statement is, had he not been spiritual, he would not have framed this kind of mathematical formula of spirituality into physical law. My dear masters, a great revelation. The entire world has been totally taken aback and lot of appreciation over the truthfulness that he brought out. He has said energy is equal to matter. The spirituality, the objective science and spiritual science, the objective energy and spiritual energy, both are same. They are interchangeable, he said, interchangeable. The matter can become energy and energy can become matter. We are the spirits and we are also the human being, the physical beings, spiritual beings in physical body. E is equal to matter. Physical body, of course, is a matter, as all of us know. So this is how spirituality has been connected with the physicality. My dear masters, physicality and spirituality are inseparable. We cannot separate. Without the substratum of spiritual science, how is that we exist? Some people say, mind and soul are not visible. Where is the evidence? So asking such a question is like asking a fish in ocean to identify the ocean itself, in which it is living. It is like that. We are all embodiments of the spirit. So when this is like this, in fact, I want to tell something about me. I got introduced to this sort of spiritual science, which is founded on meditation. Meditation is the gateway of spiritual science. Meditation is dhyanam. Dhyanam is spelled out, explained in detail by again our great psychologist Patanjali to be in Ashtanga Sutras. He said, the meditation incorporating all kinds of yogic practices. In fact, asana, pranayama and pratyahara, and all the three put together result in meditation, dhyanam. Dhyanam is the ultimate and samadhi is the outcome of that, and samadhi is enlightenment. And dhyanam is the embodiment of asana, pranayama. My dear masters, asana is physical health, pranayama is healthy breathing, and all put together. A beautiful meditation. We get all the benefits of the three. The holistically one will be benefited. Dhyanam is nothing but just being free from thoughts. And simplest dhyanam, PSSM has brought out from the Vedic lore, from the ancient masters, like Gautama Buddha, he got enlightened on account of his practice, namely Anapanasati meditation. It is the simplest and easiest of all. There are varieties of meditations, anything are okay. But for all of us it is easy to follow and practically do it and get the benefits. Anapanasati, inhaling and exhaling. My dear masters, I was introduced somewhere 20 years before, way back, in 1997 by the teaching of great enlightened master Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji. Since then I became a core meditator and I used to teach all our fraternity and all the people who I come across. But I was to tell them that it gives you a lot of physical health, mental health, spiritual health, which I experienced in my life. It is not a bookish language, my dear friends. Whatever I experienced personally in my life, I changed a lot. Lot of metamorphosis has taken place in my physicality, in my personality. So this kind of changes, when I was explaining to others, they were all questioning me, show me evidence like that. So I am finding everything. What I am changing, I am explaining, but they want evidence. So when I got to know this sort of questions from others, then I thought better we do something in this area also. Then I took the task personally. I pursued, I took up the doctoral course. For research purposes, I took the topic to investigate and examine the efficacy of Anapanasati meditation in respect of emotional values of anger, anxiety and depression in individuals. According to my guide, I have collected sufficient number of samples. We subjected them to an intervention of Anapanasati meditation, 1 hour per day for a period of 6 months. And we have taken all sorts of parameters before intervention and after intervention and all that. And at last, we got the results astonishingly. Okay. We found that lot of decrease in anxiety, in verbal aggression, that is anger, as well as depression. Wonderfully, in depression, people got relief to the extent of 80%. So also in verbal aggression, they got very good decrease, reduction in the level of their emotions in respect of anger. Similarly, my dear masters, anxiety also. We got a lot of positive results that they could get relief out of this practice. The research work and the figures are all available in the public domain. My dear masters, this sort of information, this sort of truthful research work can be taken up by everyone. And we have to explore the best of the best of the meditation. In fact, yoga is only cleansing the mind, as we already told, and when once it is purified, that is called meditation. Dhyanam. In Sanskrit, the Dhyanam term is developed with the two words Dhihi plus Yanam. Dhihi represents intellect, Yanam means walking in the life, living livelihood. That means we have to live, we have to walk our own path in the life with our own senses. This is all what Dhyanam is all about. And Dhyanam is the ultimate weapon for the humanity to free themselves from ignorance, which results in the removal of all sorrow, misery, and all those things, what we are today suffering. Despite a lot of education and all that, a lot of deterioration there in the society, a lot of violence is seen, a lot of turbulence is seen, a lot of these things are there. So the spiritual science has to be brought to the surface of the society. Meditation has to be brought to the, has to reach the hearts of all the people. and spiritual science should be learned by each and everyone. So this is what is essentials from yogic lore. The mankind, has to derive. I believe, just like International Yoga Day, it will also cater, it will also bring upon. Already it is there. Yoga means all the three put together up to Samadhi level. So we once again remind ourselves that introduction of spiritual science, which is still not reaching the surface of the society, we have to take it forward. Like yoga, the ultimate essential practice of meditation and spiritual science has to be expanded further by implementing, by inculcating, by introducing both in the right academical position itself in the education field, so that right at the tender age, right at the childhood, people will come to know the truth and the conduct of their life and the right path of, right track of their lifestyle, all these things which are very essential, they will come to know. And my dear masters, whatever told in the childhood, it goes along the life. So with this, I make a fervent appeal to all the intelligentsia, to all the masters, experts in their respective fields, allied of the globe, to give a thought over this and take the yogic lore further, so that the fruit of the benefits, the fruit of this yogic lore reaches every one of us. So on this International Yoga Day, it's a very, very pertinent for us just to remind ourselves of this wonderful spiritual science and meditation and yoga, all these things, let them flourish further and further and make the mankind, be happy. And we can curb a lot of, unwanted things in our livelihood and spare ourselves from sorrow and miseries and walk together. So with this, I conclude my talk, thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity. With this, I thank you one and all for listening to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
చక్కని దానవమ్మ శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మి మంగళహారతి గైకొనవమ్మ శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మి ఎంత చక్కని దానవమ్మ శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మి మంగళహారతి గైకొనవమ్మ శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మి ఎప్పుడు హరి ఉరమే నా తల్లి మా ఇంటికి ఒక పరిరావమ్మ పసుపు కుంకుమ పూల గాజులు వాయనమిచ్చి కొలిచేమమ్మ రీ సరి సరి మరి సరి రిమ పామ పామ పని పమ ప పని సా ని సా ని సరి సని సా సరి సా ని పదని పామ రి గరి సా రిమయంత చక్కని దానవమ్మ శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మి మంగళహారతి గైకొనవమ్మ శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మి కరుణించు కనకము వర్షించు మంగళహారతి గైకొనవమ్మ శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మి ఎంత చక్కని దానవమ్మ శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మి మంగళహారతి గైకొనవమ్మ శ్రీ మహాలక్ష్మి.
Now presenting our next guest, Sandeep Nath. He is the founder of Renewalism and IIT-IIM alumnus. He founded and ran a successful strategy consulting company before heading to the Himalayas in search of purpose of life and what drives our energetic consciousness. As a coach, he has taken the sacred wisdom of our inner power to more than 46 cities spread over 4 continents. An international Reiki master, business King Gong guide, mindfulness coach and author of 2 books, Sandeep is an expert on stress management and applying ancient Oriental wisdom to modern business challenges. Let's now listen to Sandeep Nath on this beautiful occasion of International Yoga Day 2021.
Yoga of productivity. Mind you, not for productivity, of productivity. You see, a lot of people mistake yoga to be something that is for our efficiency, productivity, suppleness, mental balance, stuff that we do. But actually, yoga is what we be. We are human beings, not doings. And as a state of being, yoga is a state where we are connected. It's a communion, it's a joining. And typically, as we have known from ancient times, it is the joining of body, mind and spirit. It's the alignment of the Trinity that makes us up. Now, as we have evolved in our complex modern world, we've forgotten a lot of the principles that we knew from ancient times. But where it comes to productivity, that's what we'll talk about today, because I come from the corporate world. I used to run a company for several years as the CEO, and at some point in time I got a feeling that where we were headed with the way we ran these corporations, we were distancing ourselves from our true nature. That started disturbing me, and that's when I got into this exploration of what is it that human consciousness is about. To be productive, you have to be producing something. And so allow me to take you through 3 key things that you would need to just focus on. And that's all you need to just focus on in order to be at your productive best. And I'll give those 3 to you right away. I call them PEP, P-E-P. It's purpose, energy, and priority. As we go along, I'm going to unravel these one by one to you, because there is a lot of depth, and what's more important than the depth in the subject is where you lie in that depth. So as I speak, please relate with yourself. Let's start with purpose. Now, why is purpose a basic construct of productivity? Because you would have read in social sciences many years ago that man is a social animal. And being a social animal, we create societies. We create societies where we live, where we work, where we socialize. We have Rotary clubs, we have kiddie parties, we have organizations. All of them sustain when there is a purpose driving them. Take for example a WhatsApp group. You wouldn't even get a forward on a WhatsApp group where people don't know why they're part of that group. You have alumni groups that are very active. You have groups set up for task forces, missions, very active. But anything that does not have a purpose is not resulting in anything. It's a waste of time. I will come to the time aspect, so hang in there. Let's get into where you are on purpose, shall we? So I define 5 levels of purpose, and there are 5 P's. And I find that 90% of the world is generally in the first P. And that P is performing. We are very busy performing. We have very active lives, and we are always doing something, and we are always chasing something, hoping to conclude the day, make ends meet. Those are the kind of phrases we use. And as we do that, we are very busy being busy. That's where a lot of people spend a lot of their time. Now, you might find as we go along that you spend your time in more than one P. But I'd like you to reflect back. Where did the majority of this go? The second purpose with which people jump out of the bed is the purpose of proving. You have something to prove. You have sales to get. You have a war to fight. You have a target to meet. A report to write. Or you just have to prove that you're better today than you were yesterday. You can excel and self-motivate yourself, drive yourself to greater stuff. Very purposeful life. Proving constantly. Great. At a third level, you get passionate. Passion drives leaders because they exuberate that passion, and the entire team gets energized. Passion is what you would be driven by if you were not getting anything for it. No return on effort, but you would still put that in. Why? Because it makes your heart happy. Take Gandhi for instance. He was a lawyer, studied in the UK and working in South Africa. By Indian standards, he was every mother's pet. But he had something else that made his heart happy, and that was fighting injustice. And that's what drove him and continued to drive him. But like every great leader, or everybody for that matter who's driven by purpose, there is a fourth stage at which that yoga really kicks in. And the yoga is the yoga of communion, of joining of your work and you, Karam Yoga. And this stage is pondering. The fourth stage is called pondering. Now you might wonder, this seems to be a lull in something that was climbing up from performing to proving to passion. Yes, it is. It is not just a lull, it's a chasm in fact. Because it is at this stage that a lot of people wonder, is that what I want to do? Because being passionate, you are successful. You have got what you want. You have set up that company, you have built that network, you have had that many records going out in the market. Take Michael Jackson for instance. And then you wonder, now what? And that could possibly, because you are in this flow of experimenting with stuff and getting it right, experiment with stuff that doesn't serve you. A lot of young boys and girls who make it to the IIT, I'm an alumnus from there, take to substance abuse because they have got what they wanted. That is success. They are in the IIT. So let me try this. Somebody who's very accomplished in business says, let me try some financial transactions a little differently. And the next thing you know is he's jumped to suicide. Pondering can also change when you connect with your work. And you do what Ashoka did. Ashoka the Great. Or let's get back to Gandhi. Where Ashoka saw, I have become the king of this part of the land, but I have sacrificed so many of my men, there is so much of manslaughter. Is this what it's about? And that pondering turned him to level 5. Pondering over injustice turned Gandhi to level 5, which is prosperity. It is making a contribution to everything. As the Buddha said, the supreme purpose of being in this human life is to serve all sentient beings. Prosperity of everybody. And Ashoka took Buddhism all over the world in a sense. Gandhi, we know why we call him the Mahatma, the Mahatma, the great soul. Not because he was a lawyer, but because he fueled his purpose with a contribution to everybody. He became the Karam Yogi who would work for everyone. And that's the first thing to produce something. You produce a free nation to begin with. You produce equality. You produce greatness. Now you might wonder that, this is very well. I do think of all 5 stages perhaps at some time, although most of the time I am performing or proving. Maybe because I don't have time for doing so much more. I mean, I can barely manage my family. What do I do outside? And I completely understand that one. You see, what happens is that we get a wrong construct of time by the time we are even in middle school. With all the homework that comes on us, we hardwire these constructs in our mind. Let me change that for you. Time has existed before you were there and will continue to exist after you're gone. So in a sense, time doesn't even know you exist. So for something that doesn't know that you exist, you can't be managing that. It is outside of you. What you've got to manage is what's inside of you. And that is energy. Woo, 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 you say. What's energy? Well, fortunately, science has made it simpler for us in the last century. We've known this for 4,000-5,000 years. But now we have a formula. E is equal to mc square. Thanks to Einstein. E is energy, m is matter, and c square is a constant. It does not change. Essentially what it means is energy is equal to matter. Energy and matter are interchangeable. Mass is equal to energy. Which means, think of the implication of this. This quantum physics has changed, Newtonian physics forever, has changed the way we view the world and brought us closer to our understanding of consciousness scientifically. Finally, we are getting out of the dark ages of science because we have something that we have been able to use to measure what we've known experientially. You see, science is limited by what it can measure. And we have still to develop measures for how everything is energy. And if everything is energy, your dog is energy, your curtains are energy, your plants are energy, your spouse is energy, your laptop is energy, it's all vibrating. It's all atoms. And those vibrations are vibes. And they give out vibes. And we interact with those vibes energetically. Which is why Raj Yoga, which is the connection of yourself inside you, with your innate inner power, with your energy, is the key to bringing this inner power out and producing whatever you can change your outer reality in whichever way, in every way. And the key to that is very simple. It is your breathing. You see, when you breathe, you take in the outer matter, the air, inside. And you do it in the present. You cannot breathe in the past. You cannot breathe in the future. You breathe now. So your awareness is centered. You are grounded. You are here. All you have to do is be aware that I breathe in and take that energy. I breathe out and exchange that energy. Breathing in, breathing out, in awareness, even for 30 seconds at a time. 5 seconds an in-breath and 5 seconds an out-breath is 10 seconds. Nice, long, rhythmic, strong breaths. And 3 such breaths, and you notice your state of calm, your entire state of being changes. If you do this 10 times a day, every hour, you will re-energize yourself every hour. And whether it's 10 a.m. or 10 p.m., you would be good to go. Productive at your best. But then you say, that's all very well, but suppose the demands on me are so much that even though I am trying to re-energize, there's so much to do. Happens? That's where priority comes in. You see, all the great masters and great businessmen, which I have observed over my corporate career and through my spiritual journey, have maintained priorities at 5 levels, very, very fixed. Everybody has these 5 fixed, and I'm going to give you these 5. Because if you understand that your priorities are in stone, unchangeable, then your decisions are very easy. The reason we waste a lot of time is because we try to make decisions every time, everywhere, for everything. And decisions have conflict. And we don't know whether we're doing it right, wrong, redoing it again, this, that. But once your priorities are set and you have mapped what you want to do with those 5 priorities, you don't waste any more time. And you're very clear in how you're going to respond to any situation. So what is the formula for priority? Write this down, you may forget. Do flying fish have walking shoes? I'll repeat that for you. Do flying fish have walking shoes? You see, they fly and they swim, of course. Do they have walking shoes? So I made this statement up just so that it's easy for you to remember. But the keys are the first alphabets: D, F, F, H, W, S. D is your connection with divinity. It is your bhakti yoga. It is your jnana yoga. Whatever you want to throw into divinity. I throw my life project of renewal of human consciousness, which would be a sort of Gyan Yoga, in divinity. So if I'm making a video, if I'm writing a book, if I'm writing articles, if I'm giving talks, if I'm interacting, if I'm conducting workshops on renewalism, I'm doing it out of my divine purpose. Many people, for them divinity is prayer, that connection. Raghupati Raghav Raja Ram was Gandhi's connection with divinity, 5 minutes a day, but it set him up because that was high priority. Then came friends and family, your inner circle, and you have to define again what's in your inner circle. Where do you draw the line? And that is what's more important than everything else. The third is what makes your heart happy, the edge. Yes. Because then you get connected with your passion, you get successful in what you're doing, you are able to energize other people, because with purpose comes energy. And using energy in the right places gets productivity because you prioritize things right. So even if you have to spend 20 minutes a day on doing what makes your heart happy and 8 hours a day on W, work, what earns your bread and butter, so be it. It's not a function of time, it's a function of where you're drawing your energy from. And then your work, because that's what pays the bills. Ideally, if you can merge these two, great. And finally, S, your social connects, your WhatsApps, your Facebooks. Now thanks to the pandemic, we haven't been seeing so much of each other, but we do realize that the malls and the cinema halls are not the end of the world. What's important is the relationships that we have with F and F, friends and family, the caring that does take care of themselves. And we are there, but not where we are having a fight with our spouse about going to a certain social engagement when we have to leave our kids with somebody we don't want them to be with. So that's how DFHWS can sort out everything in your mind, help you get fast, and enable you to use the PEP formula for absolute productivity. That's yoga in productivity. And this is Sandeep Nath, Inner Power, Mindfulness and Energy Coach, thanking you for listening. Do connect with me at sandeepnath.com. Love to answer questions. Love to get to know you better. Have a great day.
Sari pagari sa 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 re re sa, pani sari pagari sa 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 re re sa, ni sari gani pagari ri ri sa gari, ni sari gani pagari ri ri sa gari, sare ga pa sa ni paga ga gari paga, sare ga pa sa ni paga ga gari paga, ri ga pa ni ri sa ni pa 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 ga ni pa, ri ga pa ni ri sa ni pa 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 ga ni pa, ga pa ni sa gari sa ni ni pa sa ni, ga pa ni sa gari sa ni ni pasani, ri sa ni pa ga ga pa ga ri sa ni ri 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 ri, ri sa ni pa ga ga pa ga ri sa ni ri sa 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 sa, ri sa ni pa ga ga pa ga ri sa ni ri 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 ri, ri sa ni pa ga ga pa ga ri sa ni ri sa 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 sa. Sari ga pa ga ri sa ni ri 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 sari ga pa ga ri sa ni ri sa 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 sari ga pa ga ri sa ni ri 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 sari ga pa ga ri sa ni ri sa 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 sari ga pa ni sa ni pa ga ri sa ni ri 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 sari ga pa ni sa ni pa ga ri sa ni ri sa 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 sari ga pa ni sa ni pa ga ri sa ni ri sari ga pa ni sa ni pa ga ri sa ni ri sa 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 ni pa sari ga ri sa ni pa ni sari ri pa ni sari ga ri sa ni pa ni sari ga ga pa ni sari ga ri sa ni pa ni sari ga ga pa 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 ni sari ga ri sa ni pa ni sari ri pa ni sari ga ri sa ni pa ni sari ga ga pa ni sari ga ri sa ni pa ni sari ga ga pa pa ni 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 pa 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 ga 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 ri ga pa ga ri sa ni ri 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 sari ga pa ga ri sa ni ri sa 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 sari ga pa ga ri sa ni ri 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 sari ga pa ga ri sa ni ri sa sa
Now we present Eben Alexander III. Dr. Eben Alexander III is a famous American neurosurgeon and author. His book, Proof of Heaven, A Neurosurgeon's Journey into the Afterlife, describes his near-death experience that happened in 2008 under medically induced coma when treated for meningitis. He asserts that the coma resulted in brain death, that consciousness is not only a product of the brain, and that this permits access to an afterlife. Dr. Alexander has also authored follow-up books. Let's now listen to Dr. Eben Alexander on the auspicious occasion of International Yoga Day 2021.
Hello, I'm Dr. Eben Alexander, former neurosurgeon and author of the books Proof of Heaven, The Map of Heaven, and Living in a Mindful Universe. I greatly appreciate this invitation to participate in the Digital International Yoga Day, and it's a true honor to be here. And I'd simply like to share with you kind of my personal journey and story of discovery as a scientist interested in the nature of consciousness, who had a profound near-death experience back in 2008 that has helped me come to see much more clearly kind of the role of mind in the universe and the power that we have as human beings, basically determining our fate. I think our world is at a junction point now where in many ways we are poised to learn some of the deepest lessons from the last few thousand years to make a jump to the next level of understanding. And in our very investigations of the nature of consciousness, the nature of reality, what we indeed find is that it seems that we're all truly linked together. The scientific support for this in unraveling the deep mystery of consciousness is coalescing with increasing speed towards what I believe will be an unprecedented shift in human understanding. Now, how did I come into this kind of personal experience that allowed me to participate in this kind of discussion? Well, I had spent my life in a pretty conventional scientific setting. My father was very influential in my life. He was an academic neurosurgeon. He ran a neurosurgical training program. And I grew up in the 60s and 70s. Like so many of that era, I knew that science was the pathway to truth. For me, religion seemed to be kind of an ancient system that didn't necessarily always agree on what was right and what was wrong, what was true and false about the nature of humanity. And I felt science was an objective way to get to the truth. The interesting thing is that it's really the science of consciousness and the deep study of consciousness and the brain-mind relationship in the current era that is leading to some fascinating territory that will inevitably force us to reject the kind of common conventional materialist explanation of reality, because in fact it doesn't work. In explaining the mind-brain relationship and the nature of consciousness, it falls woefully short. And yet there are models in modern science that are emerging that I will get into shortly that help us to come to a much deeper understanding of our connection to oneness of mind that has tremendous implications for all of humanity. Not just about our getting along with each other, but in so many ways, this notion of the one mind that is emerging includes all of our animal friends. In fact, we can say that all of the natural world emerges from consciousness. And we share that one consciousness, this extraordinary oneness of being. Now, in my conventional understanding, I grew up in a Methodist church in North Carolina, wanting to believe what I heard in that church, but in the many years of teaching neurosurgery, and that includes 15 years as an associate professor at Harvard Medical School teaching neurosurgery, I was deeply mystified how awareness could survive the death of the brain and body. And my mystery around that concept was answered with a profound personal experience that helped me come into a deeper knowing. And that personal experience has then led to 12 years of dedicated study with other scientists around the world, trying to come to a deeper understanding of the nature of reality, the fundamental kind of core source of consciousness itself, and how we can put all this to good use in our understanding of how we live in this world. I went into coma November 10th, 2008. It was very unexpected. I was a healthy 54-year-old man, and very suddenly, 4:30 in the morning, had severe back pain, severe headache. Anyone in the audience who knows anything about medicine would think, well, severe headache, back pain, that would lead one to immediately jump to, is this meningitis? Well, the doctor was already out. My brain was already being overrun by an extremely aggressive, primitive, and absolutely should have killed me gram-negative bacterial meningitis. In fact, it was a meningoencephalitis involving all 8 lobes of my brain. And even on day 1, when I was taken to the emergency room, seizing and comatose, my doctors estimated I had a 10% chance of survival. And over a week spent on 3 powerful intravenous antibiotics, on a ventilator, deeply comatose. That prognosis worsened over those 7 days. By day 7, they estimated I was down to a 2% chance of survival with no chance of recovery. And that was really what the message was to my family on day 7, when the doctors held a conference and said it was really time to call it quits and to stop the antibiotics, stop treatment, because they thought I only had that 2% chance of survival, no chance of actually having full kind of recovery or a quality recovery. And that's why they suggested just letting me go. Now, it turns out it was a few hours later that I came back to this world. But when I did, as my doctors had predicted, my brain was absolutely wrecked by the experience. And I didn't even recognize my mother, my sisters, my sons at the bedside. I had no idea who these beings were. All I remembered was where I had just been, this profound journey, a spiritual journey, that in months later, looking back on it all, especially as I was going in to look at my medical records, review the scans, the neurologic exams, the lab values, it was not lining up. This was not the brain, the medical record of someone who would have any kind of dream or hallucination. Those parts of my brain were documented to have been decimated by this infection. My Glasgow Coma Scale, which in you or me today would be 15. In a corpse, that Glasgow Coma Scale, or GCS, would be 3. Any score below 9 is deep coma. And for most of my week in coma, after my initial foray into the emergency room, I settled into a Glasgow Coma Scale of 6 or 7. And many times I think it was even as low as 5. So this was a devastating experience where my brain was shown to be so devastated in terms of all 8 lobes of the brain being affected that the tenets of modern neuroscience would not allow for that brain to have come up with any kind of dream or hallucination. Because a dream or hallucination, confabulation, any of those kind of high-level phenomenal experiences of human nature necessitate that at least some part of the neocortex still be functioning. And yet my neocortex was documented to have been taken down. That is all very well reported, not just in my book, Proof of Heaven, with the Appendix B, where we go through all the potential materialist explanations of this, or physiological explanations of my experience, and really come up empty-handed. And also, there is a case report by 3 physicians who were not involved in my care, but were fascinated by my high level of recovery. Dr. Serbi Khanna, Lauren Moore, and Dr. Bruce Grayson wrote up a case report that was published in the Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases in September of 2018. That case report is available. You can go to my website, ebenalexander.com, look on my blog postings, find the one from September 2018, and in the 3rd paragraph, you will find a link to that case report itself. The blog posting is worthwhile because it is my commentary on that case report. Interesting note about the case report is the peer reviewers at the Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases were also mystified. In fact, they called the case absurd when it first came in, wondering, how do you explain this complete recovery with the medical facts that are so decimating for any potential for such recovery? And when the three authors of the paper said it's because he had a near-death experience that he was able to have this profound recovery, that was enough to satisfy the peer reviewers. That's an astonishing point, that the scientific peer reviewers, looking for an explanation of such a miraculous healing, would be satisfied that it was the presence of a near-death experience that could allow for that to happen. Now, of course, those three physicians knew of other cases, like Anita Moorjani, who wrote the book Dying to Be Me, who was basically cured of her advanced lymphoma when she had a near-death experience. Or Dr. Mary C. Neal. She wrote the book To Heaven and Back, an orthopedic surgeon who had a profound experience after a warm water drowning kayaking accident in Chile in 1999, in which her kayak was driven deep underwater, jammed under rocks that broke the bones in her legs. She was underwater for more than 30 minutes. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that kind of a warm water drowning is fatal. She was brought to the surface dead. They were able to resuscitate her. She ended up having a complete recovery like I did because she had a profound near-death experience. Now, all of this talk of kind of miraculous healing should not come as no surprise to those involved in medicine. In the medical world, we've used placebo effect for more than 6 decades as the gold standard by which to compare any new treatment modality. Many medications, some procedures can be assessed with a sham procedure, so we can check the power of a patient's beliefs, because placebo effect is really an admission by the medical profession that belief, thought, attitude can have a tremendous impact on our very healing from physical, mental, and emotional ailments. And this is one of the deepest lessons that I think comes out of the world of near-death experiences, is the realization that we all have tremendous power over our healing that goes far beyond just placebo effect. Now, in my own journey, the parts that I knew when I woke up in that ICU room on day 7, when it's important to point out that another feature of my near-death experience was the fact that I was amnesic. I had no personal memories of Eben Alexander's life. In fact, during the spiritual experience of my NDE, I had no words or language, no memories of Earth or this universe. It really was an empty slate, a tabula rasa. And I only realized in the months and years after my coma why that amnesia was so absolutely essential for some of the deepest lessons I was to learn. If I had had a standard kind of scripted NDE, and for example, my father, who had passed over 4 years before my coma, if he had been there as my guardian angel, I would have been more tempted to dismiss it. But in fact, the way my story unfolded, my guardian angel was someone unknown to me at the time, but much later I found out had a deep interrelationship with me during my life. And that was a crucial part of my understanding of it all. So to flesh out the story more fully, my near-death experience involved a passage through 3 main levels of the spiritual realm. It started in what I call the earthworm's eye view, a very primitive course on responsive realm. And I had no body awareness during any part of this journey, but I was aware, so I could kind of witness things. And I wrote all that down when I came back to this world, because those memories of the experience were very kind of shocking and extraordinary, even more so as my knowledge of neuroscience came back over 2 months post-coma. And with all that knowledge, I came to realize how my journey was impossible by the tenets of modern neuroscience that would put the neocortex as absolutely essential in kind of defining the details of conscious awareness. And yet my neocortex was very demonstrably offline, as measured by my neurologic exams, as shown by MRI and CT scans. It showed all 8 lobes in my brain affected. Now, in this first stage, this what I call the earthworm's eye view, it was very kind of dark and kind of murky. And in fact, if my journey had stopped there and I'd come back to this world, I probably would have had what many call a hellish NDE, or an unpleasant near-death experience. But in fact, it went through all the beautiful phases that led me into that territory, like 95% plus of NDEs, the beautiful, rich, blissful aspect of that existence between lives. And so what I witnessed was a slowly spinning white light that came towards me, packaged with a perfect musical melody. And it opened up into a rich portal up into this higher realm of ultra-real Gateway Valley. It had many Earth-like features. I was a speck of awareness on a butterfly wing. There were many waterfalls into crystal blue pools and thousands of beings dancing in this meadow below. And I was witnessing all this because I was a speck of awareness on a butterfly wing among millions of other butterflies looping and spiraling in vast formations above this meadow. And there was a beautiful young woman beside me. And those who've read the book Proof of Heaven will realize how important she was at my unraveling of this whole mystery. And her message to me, I think, was the central message I was to bring back to this world. It was delivered telepathically. She never spoke a word. She never had to. Her emotional truth came deeply into my awareness. I remember her smiling, these sparkling blue eyes, this simple but colorful garb she was wearing. And the message to me, you are deeply loved and cherished forever. You have nothing to fear. You are cared for. And I cannot tell you how reassuring and comforting it was at that point in my journey. And that just helped to fuel the kind of blissful nature of the rest of it. I remember this sense of a soft summer breeze blowing through, which was actually my first knowing of the divine, of that God force. And I came back from that journey realizing it doesn't matter if you call that force God, Allah, Brahman, Vishnu, Jehovah, Yahweh, Great Spirit. I don't care what you call it. That force is absolutely real. It's a binding force of love and connection that brings us all together. And it's not just about humans. This is about all life throughout the cosmos, and certainly life around our fragile and threatened planet. This is about Homo sapiens finally becoming wise. That is finally achieving the wisdom that we might have claimed at many times over the last 5,000 or so years. And yet I think we're finally on the verge of that, all through an awakening to the true nature of consciousness. Now, in my journey, I went to higher and higher levels. As I describe in Proof of Heaven, beyond this beautiful Gateway Valley, what happened is the angelic choirs above, emanating chants and anthems and hymns that were so shocking to me, would then create this portal that allowed my soul to ascend to higher and higher levels. I saw all of the four-dimensional space-time realm, the material realm collapsing down, all of that spiritual realm I had visited, the Gateway Valley, that ultra-real realm, much more real than this world. All of that with a different ordering of causality. It's what I call deep time, which is a much higher order of cause and effect that measures not only the progression of souls in their ascendance towards oneness with the divine, but also the transformation and evolution of all of consciousness. And I evolved into that level of the core realm, completely beyond space and time. In fact, the higher dimensional multiverse had been collapsed down into this complex oversphere as part of the lessons I was to learn there. And in that gateway realm, that primary contact and becoming one with that infinitely healing God force, it showed me clearly that that God force is actually the source of our very conscious awareness. So deeply personal, we're never any distance from it at all. And that's why by going within with meditation, centering prayer, all these are ways of getting connected with that mental layer of the universe, the God force of the universe, which is the primary source of all creative events. So we are co-creators with that force of love and kindness and compassion in creating the events of our lives. It turns out I ended up coming back to this world. As I said, my brain was wrecked at the beginning, but over 2 months I had a complete recovery, and I've spent the 12 years since that time deeply involved in work with other scientists. For an example of that, go to GalileoCommission.org if you want to learn more about that. I'm one of the scientific advisors to that group, more than 100 of us, deeply involved in this revolution in consciousness and our understanding of the nature of reality. This is a scientific revolution that is irreversible. We will never again go back to the bleak and paltry fiction of materialist thought that believes that the brain creates consciousness and all that exists in this world is the material realm, because in fact it is all governed top-down causal chain originates in the mental layer, and that's where we all have power. You can go there through sacredacoustics.com. That's the meditation technique I've used daily for more than 10 years to return to my NDE and glean some of the deepest lessons from it, and worked with scientists around the world to help in this revolution. This is something that is inevitable. It is a gift to humanity. We will find that we are all truly part of one consciousness, one mind, part of that divine mind that in fact we can all discover through prayer and meditation, through NDE stories, through this rich literature, but most importantly by going within. And so I'd like to leave you with that beautiful wish for the benevolence of this world as we all come to a deeper understanding of this profound truth of our oneness and connectedness through one mind. And with that, I would like to wish you all well. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And I look forward to a trip to India someday to discuss it all more in person. Thank you and goodbye.